Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is about 5:20 now on the 2nd of May, 2024. We've got some severe storms now underway across portions of the big country, so we'll go ahead and get started with our severe weather coverage this afternoon. Much less active than we were this time yesterday. We already had tornadoes in progress for over an hour this time yesterday in parts of the eastern panhandle. Today, no, not so much. We do have isolated severe thunderstorms developing. We've got one southeast of Guthrie. We've got a storm northwest of Anson. We've got a couple of storms just west of Abilene over Interstate 20 near Ty. And we've got a supercell near Winters north of Ballinger. Right now, most intense storms, the potential to produce quarter-size hail, strong localized wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We have no active tornado warnings. We have no spinny doom-dooms. But we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. this evening for northwest Texas, the Big Country, eastern portions of the Concho Valley. This severe thunderstorm watch, again, runs through 10 p.m. The most intense storms could produce baseball to softball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour, and a tornado or two are possible. So you can see at this point, we just have a few storms. This is what we deal with on most of our dryline days in the state. This is where we don't necessarily have an entire, quadrant of the state covered in severe storms like we did at points yesterday across the Panhandle, West Texas, into the Permian Basin. As I turn satellite on, you can see we've still got flooding issues in southeast Texas. We got big problems on the San Jacinto River on the eastern, pretty much northeast of Houston. We got big problems with that, with major flooding. Otherwise, at this point, the only storms we're dealing with in Texas are a couple of these storms in the Big Country. We've got some storms west of the Rio Grande Plains in northern Mexico, and the storms we had in southeast Texas have dissipated or moved into the Gulf of Mexico, leaving a relatively stable air mass for now across southeast Texas. You can see that by the lack of cloud cover here. That just marks a relatively stable air mass that's worked over from rain this morning. But again, you can see the thunderstorms that we've had develop now across the Big Country. These storms, again, right now, most are moving, to be honest, it's kind of erratic. Storm from near Guthrie, west of Knox City, and the cell north of Ballinger near Winters is moving southeast. The storms from northwest of Anson, west of Abilene, and now a left split west of Winters is moving northeast. So again, some storms are going to move northeast, some storms are going to be southeast, and some are just going to be east-east. It's kind of that erratic motion we can have at times with these storms in weaker upper-level shear environments where you don't have a super strong jet stream to push them in a constant direction. But these storms can kind of do their own thing, which is what we call splitting supercells. Again, Stephen Jones is located in Abilene. Adam Lucio is intercepting this cell near Guthrie. I don't think his stream is up yet. We'll take a look. It is not, but Adam is in Guthrie. So we've got chasers out and about today. We've got our awesome blossom moderators helping us out. As always, we couldn't do this without them, and we have meteorologist Jason Cooley helping behind the scenes today, as well as our content director, King of the Hill.
Stream is not up as of right now.
And such. So we're just looking around at things here, and again, we'll pop over, we'll take a look at the land of Stephen Jones. You can see, well, that's not the land of Stephen Jones.
I believe we are going to be committing north to the Anson Stanford storm. As of right now, we're going to go north. Was eyeing the Ballinger winter storm, but I believe if there was an environment that needs to be looked at for a tornadic environment, it's along I-20 and just north, along where that surface low kind of backs those winds locally.
And that was Stephen Jones, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, just telling us what their plan is. So they're going to be moving from Abilene up north. What he's describing is the higher threat of a tornado relatively today is likely going to be associated with that storm from near Guthrie and a storm quickly developing now just northwest of Anson. We could have an outflow boundary up there. It's on days like this where you have to focus on the micro scale to mesoscale ingredients where conditions aren't really favorable for a high tornado risk, but you get those little mesoscale accidents that can involve just, boundaries or storm interactions, and that's what we're going to be dealing with in terms of tornadoes today if we have a tornado issue. Now, hail, these storms are going to be capable of producing hail, no problemo. It's May in Texas, east of the dry line. You can get golf ball size hail out of a shower at times, it seems like. All right, let's switch over to the high-res radar. We're going to press some buttons here because pressing buttons is super fun. The radars are working today. That's always nice. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got going on. We've got a severe thunderstorm. This one's going to be northwest of Ballinger. It's moving southeast. This storm, the potential for golf ball size hail now, if it continues on its magical journey of life, it is probably going to be a threat to Ballinger by 6:30, maybe 6:15 to 6:30, moving southeast only at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Again, these things are going to be moving slower than turtle. We've got storms on the west side of Abilene. They're generally moving northeast. I'll load a loop here. I don't know why all of that just loaded. That was an interesting combination. Again, you can see what the storms west of Abilene are doing, maybe some small hail with that. And then you've got a developing storm very quickly just west of Stanford. That's going to require a severe warning shortly for the potential of quarter-size hail at least. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm that is now southeast of Guthrie, kind of on 82, 114 west of Benjamin. Let me see if I can't get some city labels to pop up here for y'all. Apparently not, but again, that's going to be southeast of Guthrie. Just had a report of quarter-size hail on Highway 83 south of Guthrie, which is where 114, 82, 83 converge, intersect there. So again, that storm's going to be moving southeast. It's going to be over the middle of nowhere for a while, eventually passing west of Knox City. We'll see. It may end up towards Knox City to rule, and, well, I'll put a storm track on it. It's moving southeast at 20 right now. You can see that storm track on it. So you can see it may eventually make it down towards Highway 6 between Knox City and Rural, maybe by, what is it now, 5:30, maybe by 7, if it doesn't slow down. And then we've got a supercell developing quickly now, just southwest of Stanford. If this is doing the splitty supercell thing, we're going to see two movements out of this. We're going to see one storm, the southern storm here, move towards Anson. Northern storm that splits off is going to move up towards Rural. Both could produce hail, a lot of lightning, strong winds. And at this point, we're not dealing with any sort of spinny, doom mischief. So again, that's the storm chaser Stephen Jones is going to be heading towards. They're heading north out of Abilene right now. So they'll probably head north on 83 up towards Anson, go north of Anson, and we'll get a view of the storm here sooner rather than later. All right. Turn that down a wee bit.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coleman and Runnels County in Texas.
You'll see here in just a second a severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Ballinger storm. That does include the city of Ballinger. I might be saying that wrong, but that's no surprise. You see, that storm's moving southeast. That's going to have the potential to produce Hail probably up to the size of golf balls, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. And as you can see, these are not moving quickly, like 15 miles an hour. We're going to be blessed today with storms that aren't moving at, 50, 60 miles an hour. These are slow movers. These are your typical late spring dry line storms that we see pop up in the late afternoon, try to throw out softballs and die down a few hours after sunset. But we also have enough wind shear in place to support some threat of damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two. The tornado threat today is low, but not zero. In fact, I'll just do the fancy look out at the whole state of Texas thing. We'll load the severe weather outlook. I'll just show you what's going on. Here's today's severe weather outlook. You can see we could have scattered to several severe storms in the big country, into portions of North Texas, the Northern Hill Country, into Central Texas this afternoon and this evening. I'll load the tornado outlook for today. You can see the potential is very low to low for a couple tornadoes in the big country, the eastern Concho Valley, into western North Texas, mainly through the mid-evening hours. And then tomorrow, oh look, we're doing more severe storms. West Texas, the Concho Valley, the big country, the eastern Permian Basin. And the potential will exist for some tornado threat tomorrow as well. Welcome to the days of May where we're doing storms every day. Yay, I'm so thrilled. I'm really not, but Mama Nature gonna do what Mama Nature gonna do. We're gonna be here for it. All right, so again, here's the latest loop over the last hour. You can see we've got storms going up. We've got a severe storm. Let's see. Let's just place this in relation to Ballinger, about 7 miles northwest of Ballinger, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Hail core passing southwest of Winters. We've got a storm, a couple small storms west of Abilene, one approaching Dyess Air Force Base on Interstate 20, one west of Hawley. Both those storms are moving north. We've got a developing storm, let's just say about 10 miles northwest of Anson, about 12 miles southwest of Stamford. That storm doing the splits. Once the northern section is going to fly northeast, the southern part will fly south towards Anson, fly being a relative term since they're only moving at like 20 miles an hour. And then we've got a severe storm where Adam Lucio's heading towards, located southeast of Guthrie. And that storm is going to be moving southeast slowly towards Knox City, Rochester, Rural. So again, that's what we got going on right now. We'll switch over to Storm Chaser Stephen Jones' feed. And Stephen is looking at that storm developing now northwest of Anson. You can see it's got a pretty high base, which limits the tornado threat considerably for now. That storm is a hailer, the potential for probably quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds. And again, that's Stephen Jones on Highway 83 heading northwest out of Abilene, probably almost to Hawley by now. They're going to be heading out of Anson to the north and keeping an eye on this storm. And then Adam Lucio is on the storm southeast of Guthrie. We'll be keeping an eye on that, see if he has a live stream come up later. We'll go back to the Chaser Wall. And then, of course, you've got me, myself, and I here in the magical land of Officeville. And then, just for fun, we've got a camera from Jason in Dallas facing west, just showing you it's kind of a gloomy day in the Metroplex. But hey, at least, you know, you're not getting softballs flying out of the sky. So, while we've got a little bit of time and we're just chatting amongst ourselves here, let's go ahead. We're going to zoom out to the entire magical state of Texas. We'll see what the high-res rapid refresh model's doing for today and tonight. Before we do that, I'm going to change the upper third here to make it all cute and professional looking because, you know, that's always a good thing to do. We'll switch on over. We'll take a look at the HER. We're going to load the latest HER. This is a model that runs every hour, so we get new data every hour from this. We're going to load the latest data. What I want to see specifically is what this model shows at 6 o'clock. Truthfully, it's actually doing remarkably well. Yeah, it's not bad. It's nice when the HER's actually got an idea of what's going on here. Okay, so we're just going to load that from pretty much 6 o'clock. I'm just going to let it run through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'll let the animation load. I'll play it out, and we'll just gander in here and take a peek. Now, there's not a storm south of San Antonio. That's not there, but again, let's just let this play. You can see this does develop additional storms in parts of northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley through late this evening. Strongest storms could produce large hail, localized damaging winds, maybe a tornado or two. You see it weakens those storms by about 10 p.m. And we have some storms up in Oklahoma that may try to organize a wee bit and move towards the Red River this evening and Texoma. We'll see. But otherwise, take note, we don't have a big complex of storms moving across Texas tonight. We don't have a big complex of storms moving across central Texas, the Hill Country, southeast Texas, or east Texas. This model indicates we have the potential for a wee bit of storm activity pop up overnight to tomorrow morning across southeast Texas, east Texas, but take note, no big line of storms, no big complex. That complex from last night really worked over the atmosphere, and is allowing for somewhat of a quiet night.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Jones County in Texas.
All right, we just had a report of tennis ball size hail 7 miles northwest of Ballinger, or about 5 miles west-southwest of Hatchell. That's going to be on... Well, I'll tell you when I pull the magical map back up here. We'll take a gander at this. Again, this storm's now got at least tennis ball size hail. You can see it's taken on a bit of a flying eagle shape. No low-level rotation with this storm right now, but it does have the potential and history now of producing tennis ball size hail about 7 miles northwest of Ballinger, about 5 miles west-southwest of Hatchell. And this storm is moving southeast, so those of you in Ballinger, this is going to be south of Winters, northeast of Miles, west of Coleman. You need to prepare for damaging hail up to the size of tennis balls to baseballs. With this thunderstorm as it moves southeast. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning on Stevens Storm. That's going to be way up here in the land of the Big Country. We'll switch over to the Moran radar. You can see this storm, Supercell, it's going to be moving east-southeast towards Anson and Looters, currently capable of probably producing at least golf ball size hail. The potential for damaging straight-line winds. You can see it's pretty high base. That's the visual Steven has right now. We'll switch to his feed. And again, this storm, high-based right now. No tornado issues with this, but it is probably throwing out golf ball size hail. We'll keep an eye on that. And Adam is located on the thunderstorm east of Guthrie on Highway 114 and 82. That's generally going to be moving southeast towards Knox City, O'Brien, and Rochester.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell County in Texas.
Let me explain what this is about. This storm is a left split. That's moving northeast. This is a right split. It's moving southeast. That's why you have two different severe thunderstorm warnings for the two different directions of movement. Again, so this storm north of Anson is going to move southeast. Storm south of Rural is going to move northeast towards Haskell. We note the Storm Prediction Center is considering an additional severe thunderstorm watch for portions of the Hill Country and the Concho Valley. Looks like we're starting to see some attempts at thunderstorm initiation north of Menard, south of Eden. If that happens, we may see an additional severe thunderstorm watch issued down here to cover those southern storms. And again, that's what the high-res rapid refresh model showed. So let me turn off the high-res radar. We'll go back to the radar I could show you with a loop. And again, I'll turn satellite on here just because it's pretty. So again, you can see we've got multiple thunderstorms now initiating across portions of the Big Country. Some of these storms are moving southeast. Some of these storms are moving northeast. Welcome to Splitting Supercell Palooza. That makes it a bit difficult with messaging, but that's what happens when you've got splitting supercells. So you can see Stephen is now heading north out of Anson, looking at the severe storm near Radium over to Corinth, southwest of Stamford, We've got a severe storm over Sagerton moving northeast towards Rural and Haskell. All these storms today could produce at least golf ball size hail. It's really not difficult to get big balls of ice out of these storms, given a very unstable environment with this activity. So that's something we'll be keeping an eye on. But again, we have no tornado warnings. We have no, hurricane force winds right now. We've got slow-moving storms moving maybe 15 to 20 miles an hour in parts of the big country. And this activity, anvil blow-off, anvil cloud debris, will be making its way into North Texas over the next couple of hours. You can see as I zoom in even further, this activity developing, moving east or one direction east. It's either northeast or southeast, but east in general. The potential for large hail, localized damaging winds, and we can't rule out a tornado or two through the evening hours across portions of the Concho Valley and the big country. Starting to see a little rotation northwest of Ballinger. It's not strong, but a wee bit. And again, we've got storm chasers out and about today. We've got Adam Lucio, we've got Stephen Jones, we've got Trey Greenwood. I don't know if we have Brett Wright out there today. Brett's one of our amazing photographers. He kind of runs under the radar at times. We find out he's chasing when he sends a picture of a storm, and we're like, "Oh, you're chasing today? Okie dokie." But like all of our chasers, they all usually have other full-time jobs, so, storm chasing is not a career for most folks. Oh, there's a subway.
Brett couldn't make it out to this chase, unfortunately.
Poor Brett. Well, I mean, if he's back home, he may get storms regardless this evening. Same with me. Hopefully we don't try to take another lightning strike. But again, we've got storms in the Concho Valley, northeast of San Angelo. We've got storms pretty much now north of Abilene, south of Abilene. Abilene itself, you're getting sprinkles. You've got no problems right now. We've got storms from north of Anson to southwest of Haskell. Storm southwest of Haskell to Rural is showing a pretty nasty hail core now. It's a Monday.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas.
Okie dokie, so that's going to be for the storm up here. East of Seymour, moving towards Benjamin and Knox City. That storm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, strong wind gust, heavy rain. Yeah, I changed the warning settings, by the way. Added a little bit of shaded orange to the background here. Hopefully it makes it a little easier to see when we're talking about what's going on. The tornado warnings have always had that red background, blinky tornado warning thing, but we didn't have anything for severe, and it was bugging me, so we'll see what happens with that. The only side effect I could see is it, instead of the red overplanting the severe warnings, it just tries to mix with it. If we have a tornado warning, it makes purple, which in itself would be interesting, but, yeah. In fact, I'm able to adjust the fill styles and the line styles for the different types of tornado warnings. The tornado radar indicated, tornado observed, tornado considerable, tornado emergency. Oh, noted. I'm going to have to work on that later. Great. More stuff to do. All right, so again, let's talk about what we've got going on. We'll switch back over to the cutesy doopsy high-resolution radar. Let's talk about what we've got going on northeast of San Angelo near Ballinger. This supercell capable of producing tennis ball-size hail, the potential for straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, a wee bit of rotation showing up. If I had to bet, I'd bet on this actually being a pretty high-base supercell, meaning the tornado threat should be on the low side. But this thunderstorm capable of producing strong winds, tennis ball size hail here in the city of Ballinger up to Hatchell over to Benot on Highway 67 over the next several minutes. This thunderstorm is moving.
We now have a wall cloud developing to the northwest of Anson, Texas.
And that is Steven Storm. We'll talk about that in a second. You can see that wall cloud above my big bald head. This is a supercell near Ballinger, moving southeast about 15 miles an hour. And again, that has a history of tennis ball size hail. It's going to be an issue for Ballinger over the next 30 minutes. Back up into the big country we go. Where we'll end up, only God knows. But here we go. Yeah, what he's looking at up here, we've got a circulation trying to develop a bit northwest of Anson. That's where Steven's looking from, Anson to the northwest. We'll full screen his view now. And again, you can see, yeah, a bit of a wall cloud developing now. You can see some of that rising scud. I'm going to actually do a little surgery on this real quick once I get back over to the 3 screen. I'm going to have to create different scenes later, so I'm able to put the overlays on this. But what I can do real quick is at least add a draw widget, because who doesn't like David drawing over live streams to show what's going on? What you're looking at here, this is your wall cloud developing. What you've got moisture, wind flowing into that. You can see the trees over here, all the wind being blown into there. This is where the air is sucked into the updraft. It goes straight up, 50,000 feet. This wall cloud is where pressures are lowering in the base of the updraft, allowing for a lower condensation of clouds, and thus the wall cloud. If we had a tornado develop eventually, it would be down out of this. Now, a lot of our storms here in Texas in the spring and summer have wall clouds. Even in the summer, when we're talking about summertime thunderstorms, we get wall clouds. That is not a guarantee we're going to have tornado issues. In fact, most wall clouds don't produce tornadoes. What we'd be looking for out of that is stronger rotation. You'd be looking for right to left motion in the background, left to right motion in the foreground, your cyclonic rotation, and then from that, if it became violent enough, that is where you could have the potential for a funnel cloud and maybe a tornado. At this point, we have the wall cloud. We'd be looking to see if that wall cloud starts rotating with stronger motion, and if it did, that's where we'd have to keep an eye out for the potential of a tornado. Right now, we've just got a severe thunderstorm moving southeast towards Anson.
Cell merger could be quite interesting for this
Texas
storm.
local storm report from
We'll
3
have
miles
to
southeast
see
of Tuxedo in
how
Jones
progressive
County,
once it
Texas.
gets east
Hail
of
magnitude
Anson here.
estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
Okay, so what he's talking about is we're going to have a cell merger happen here, and sometimes these can jumpstart circulation. So what he's saying is this storm is moving northeast. Yes, I have a horribly drawn arrow. It's always my fault. We'll try that again. Storm is moving like this, for all intent and purposes. This storm is moving southeast. These two storms are going to collide. One of two things is going to happen. One, it could jumpstart a low-level circulation and allow for the potential for a tornado, maybe. Or two, it's not going to do a thing in terms of tornado genesis because the storm's not even producing a tornado right now. If we had a low-level circulation underway, it could weaken it at the same time. It could just turn this into a blob. But we're going to have to watch that carefully, as that could result in a cell merger situation. You can see, look up here, this is the updraft. Look, all this air is going straight up. Look at the very hard towering cumulus, very crisp up here. Look how quickly that's building upward. This is just your supercell going up 50,000 feet. Air is being sucked right up into it. This is the base of the thunderstorm. Air goes in out of that, and then out of that, the hail and rain go over here. That's your precipitation. Oh boy, that's a dyslexic arrow. And hail core right there. And you go donk, 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 hail. There you go. So again, that's out of Anson from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. And I see the atom picture. Understood, Mr. Cooley. So again, well, I'm going to try to set this up real quick. Doot. I'm going to do real quick is we're going to turn this back off. I just want to show you all the other storms again. And we have no tornado warnings. We have, no tornado issues right now. We've got thunderstorms with hail. I'm going to load a loop here just so y'all can see what's going on.
The Atom stream is also up, and then I'll send that photo to you to use.
Understood. We can get Adam's shot up now. So there's Adam's shot. Ish, apparently. I might not have that set up correctly. I mean, we got the shot from Trey.
Texas local storm report from 5 miles north of Ballinger in Runnels County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information on Highway 83 tennis ball size.
Okay. Jason, I'm getting Trey's picture on the Adam Lucio NDI source. You might have to check the NDI source on production for me. But that's okay. That's a shot from Trey Greenwood. That is the storm southwest of Haskell. And that's the left split. So, for a minute, I'm going to press some buttons here. Okay, there we go. So again, you can see Steven shot out of Anson. That's a pretty impressive wall cloud. Sorry, this program's getting mad. I'm doing 50 things at once. All right. Thank you, Jason. You can see Steven's got a good view of that wall cloud northwest of Anson. You can see not much in the way of rotation. Yeah, that storm has ingestation occurring. Of inflow, but nothing else besides that right now. You can see that wall cloud is condensing. That occurs as, well, air is sucked up into the updraft. All right, we've got that set up.
Yes, Stearns, I just set up a new source, Adam May 2024.
Thank you, Jason. That. So again, we have no tornado warnings. Just keeping an eye on things here. All right, we've got that. Go ahead, get that set up. You can see Adam's shot from there. Okay, we'll go back to that. See that storm northwest of Anson off Stephen Jones' shot. That's a pretty well-defined wall cloud now with some scuddy tags under it. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. We've got a storm with at least golf ball size hail to tennis ball size hail about to move into Haskell from the southwest. Down near Ballinger, we've got a thunderstorm with wall cloud with moderate to strong rotation. Now, near Ballinger, we've got tennis ball size hail falling about 10 miles south of Winters or north of Ballinger on Highway 83. That's going to be moving southeast towards Highway 67. Near Benoit to Talpa, passing well west of Valera at this point. This storm, as it moves southeast, there is some chance it could go tornado warned. And then we've got that view from Stephen and Anson looking northwest. All right, yeah, Jason, I do have the I just have to fix the crop. You can see that shot. That's from Adam Lucio. That's going to be near the Haskell storm.
Adam is on the southeast of Guthrie storm, by the way.
Yeah, so you can see Adam is southeast of Guthrie. He is the storm approaching Benjamin and eventually Monday. Stephen is on the storm north of Anson that has a cell merger ongoing. And that may jumpstart that circulation northwest of Anson. On radar, it sure looks like it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Coleman and Runnels County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning for Coleman and Reynolds County down here in the Concho Valley. This will be a tornado warning until 6:30 p.m. At 5:57 p.m., a possible tornado is located near Benoit, or not too far from Ballinger, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing a tornado, along with damaging straight-line winds. Let me see if I can't fix the tornado warning polygon background. But yeah, you can see we could have a tornado down at any point now, just northeast of Ballinger. Those of you in Ballinger, you need to be in a safe place. Same with Benoit, all the way southeast into portions of rural southeastern Reynolds County. Possibility of a developing tornado now on Highway 67, just east of the 83 intersection. We got winds moving away at about 45 from...
We're going to be taking over the live stream on Texas Storm Chasers YouTube as well now.
Southwest at about 47. You've got winds moving towards the radar at about 70. So we got about 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this thunderstorm. Again, the potential now for a tornado on or very near Ballinger on Highway 67. moving southeast. This would now be just southeast of Highway 67, maybe a mile southeast of Ballinger. You can see extremely strong rotation with this now. Winds moving away from the radar at 70. Winds moving towards the radar at about 70. So again, 140 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. When I say gate-to-gate shear, that's what I mean. Bright pink against bright blue in this case. High likelihood we have a tornado down now very near Highway 67 and County Road 122, County Road 120. Moving towards County Road 121 here in southeastern portions of Reynolds County, just southeast of Ballinger. The potential here for a tornado in progress now just east of the city of Ballinger in the Concho Valley.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for King County in Texas.
Got a report of a landspout tornado near Anson. Let's see if if Steven's seeing that. No, I don't see it, but that's what meteorologist Trey Greenwood's talking about, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Switch this back to this mode. Let's keep that on there for now. All right. So again, we have a possible tornado in progress just east of the city of Ballinger now. This would be near Highway 67, County Road 120, 121, 122. With this thunderstorm, and again, this would be dangerously close to the city of Ballinger at this point. Radar is indicating winds moving away from the radar at this point, we're seeing 90 miles an hour moving away, moving towards at about 30. So 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this thunderstorm. That could have a tornado now just southeast of Ballinger. Now, hopefully, based on the radar data alone, this would have been just east of the city, but it's close. Regardless, there are still some properties out here that could have been impacted just...
Video of landspout up from Trey Greenwood now.
Just northeast of Ballinger. There's the latest shot. There's a landspout tornado near Anson for meteorologist Trey Greenwood. I'll show you what we're looking at here. That's your circulation at ground level. That's a landspout tornado attached to that. A landspout tornado is typically a weak type of tornado not associated with supercells, or excuse me, not associated with tornadic mesocyclones, but is still capable of producing weak tornado-like damage. So again, that's
Texas
a landspout tornado.
2 miles east of Ballinger in Reynolds County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by public. Additional information, the public reported a tornado on the ground 2.3 miles east of Ballinger, moving east.
Okay, so we've got a landspout tornado near Anson. We've got a confirmed tornado about 2 miles east of Ballinger. And that's going to be moving southeast. So again, tornado down now, about 2.5 miles east of Ballinger, moving southeast away from town. We've got, and that's going to be over rural portions of southeastern Reynolds County. We've got a supercell back north in the big country around Anson. This storm is one to watch for the potential of spinny doom mischief here. Right now, no tornado warnings. May have had a landspout tornado around Anson. Regardless, it would have been brief, like a dust whirl on the ground. This storm is moving southeast, the potential for at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Haskell, you could have large hail in town right now with the left split supercell. This moving northeast. This moving southeast. Splitting supercells. You can see the split there. So again, we've got a confirmed tornado
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coleman, Concho, McCulloch, and Runnels County in Texas.
Confirmed tornado now about 2 to 3 miles east of Ballinger, moving away from Ballinger. Storm itself is moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Tornado continues now. We're going to look at that in just a second. Severe storm northwest of Anson. That's what you're looking at from storm chaser Stephen Jones. Storm near Haskell, golf ball to tennis ball size hail. That'll move up 277 towards Weinart, staying probably southeast of Monday. All right, let's go back down to the tornado warning in the Concho Valley now. We've got a thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado now about 3 miles east of Ballinger. This storm, very strong rotation continues. You can see that there. Let me try to get some street names on here for you. It's in a rural area, but it still may have properties out here. Going to be County Road 122 coming up to County Road 428. Southeast of Ballinger by probably 4 to 5 miles, County Road 125. And again, this may be a rain-wrapped tornado. And this is going to be from the intersection of Highway 83 and Highway 67. This is about, probably 6.5 miles southeast. If you want to do from the intersection of 158 and 83 and 67 in Ballinger, maybe 6 miles. So hopefully that means this is well east of Ballinger by this point. But again, this storm continuing to show gate-to-gate circulation, 90-mile-an-hour winds heading towards the radar in San Angelo. We've got winds moving away at 50, 140-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear in the apex of that hook. Strong gate-to-gate shear tornado is likely continuing. We're going to have to watch the storm near Anson. It's moving almost due south now. That could be a problem. Red TVS on GR Analyst. Confirmed tornado in progress now. Probably about, I don't know why the radar's saying 7 miles on here. That thing is off. Because I'm only getting about 3 nautical miles. And it's not, and a nautical mile is not suddenly double that. Or a mile's not a double of a nautical mile. Unless it is and I'm just late.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Throckmorton County in Texas.
Regardless, tornado underway 4 to 7 miles east of Ballinger. With this dangerous thunderstorm, you can see the update there. Very pronounced hook echo. This is kind of a surprise for this afternoon. Apparently, I underestimated this environment a little down here. Oops! But again, this thunderstorm, tornado confirmed, now approaching County Road 428, County Road 125, several miles east of Ballinger. Gate-to-gate shear continues. We've got 55 miles an hour moving away from the radar in San Angelo. We've got, I'm going to say, 40 moving towards, so we're down to about 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear from 140 a few minutes ago. We've got this storm. That's a problem. That's going to be over southeastern rural portions of Reynolds County. Kind of just running down County Road 128 at this point. It's going to be in the middle of nowhere, staying way northeast of Paint Rock, well southwest of Coleman, moving southeast and away from Ballinger. But let's go back up into the big country now, where storm chaser Stephen Jones is located. This storm is trying to go beast mode as well. Very intense supercell, starting to get a look to it that suggests it may have some potential for tornado genesis. We just had an earthquake here. Great, so that's what I felt. Great, had an earthquake doing tornado coverage. That's great. Okay, so we've got a supercell just north of Anson. That storm's moving southeast, or south-southeast now. Here, we'll just see. It's not moving northeast, that's garbage. It's moving southeast at probably 15 miles an hour. That's the view Stephen has there. We'll switch over to this. Stephen is in Anson, Texas. You can see we're starting to see some motion here. What I'd expect to see is this is going to move. Well, darn it, Stephen, I was using my telestrator route. This is moving like this. You look at the back of the base. This is going to try to move like this. So we're going to see an area of cyclonic rotation eventually develop. This storm is trying to organize back over to the radar here. And again, this thing's going to move southeast down Highway 83 towards Anson and probably towards Hawley. It's not moving quick, though, but it's worth noting if it's moving as far south as I think it's moving... Oh, it is. It is right now. This thing's almost moving like this, if I'm being honest with you. It might be moving due south. And if that's the case, this could eventually be an issue for places like Merkeltai, Abilene, Hawley, Impact, but it's probably moving at maybe 10 miles an hour right now. So we've got time to watch it. Tornado likely continues, but is starting to rope out now about 6 miles east of Ballinger, 5 miles southwest of Benoit, down in the Concho Valley and the southeastern portion of Reynolds County. We'll take a look at that. I'll tell you what, Jason, we're going to have to keep an eye on this. What do we got up here? Okay, so again, that's going to be the tornado warning down here in the Concho Valley. We got a storm southwest of Santa Ana with hail. This tornado starting to dissipate a rope out southeast of Ballinger. Very impressive hook echo, though. Now we're going to have to figure out, was this just a one-time fluke, or is this going to turn into a cyclic tornadic supercell that keeps doing this for the next hour? Regardless, it now should be near County Road 428, County Road 125 in Reynolds County, moving southeast down County Road 128 into portions of southeastern rural Reynolds County. Not a whole lot out here, but heads up, if you were southeast of Ballinger, south of Benoit, southwest of Talpa, northeast of Paint Rock, northwest of Stacy, and eventually probably moving right towards that lake there on the county border, which I'm going to look up because I'm curious now. And yeah, that was a spin up northwest of Anson. I'm looking at video on X. Okay, so we've had one spin up tornado northwest of Anson, a landspout tornado. We've had a tornado southeast of Ballinger that was wholeheartedly a legitimate supercellular mesocyclone tornadic mesocyclone tornado. The differences don't matter. So that tornado likely dissipating now southeast of Ballinger, moving away from Ballinger, but we'll have to see if that redevelops into a new circulation. This storm north of Anson starting to get an interesting little shape to it now. Not doing tornado things right now, but you can see this warm inflow going right into the updraft here. We're going to have to wait and see if this storm tries to do one of those hooky wrap things where it goes like that. Storm is moving almost due south now, which helps to enhance its low-level shear. Remember, all these storms originally were moving almost east-northeast. The fact this thing is literally moving due south now, that's what we mean by a right-turning supercell. We'll go back, we'll take a look at Stevens' view again. And again, Stevens and Anson looking northwest. You can see supercell structure there. You can see a bit of your base here. This whole thing is the base. Notice we have nothing hanging down out of it right now, no tornado. This might be a slightly lowered area. This is going to be your wall cloud with a inflow tail going into it, or a beaver tail. And this might be where we eventually see our next attempt at a low-level circulation develop. All right, let me see if I can't get Adam's thing to work. Gonna be a tornado warning for Anson.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Jones County in Texas.
Alright, so this is gonna be the Anson storm. We have a tornado warning coming out now. Okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah, I know, I'm doing surgery. My apologies. Alright, whatever. I'll just try this. This thing's a real pain in the butt to try to set up it while doing coverage, I'll say that. I'm not thrilled. But technology and I just don't get along, do we? Okay, so set this up, switch this over, get Adam's feed. There we go. And I still have to deal with that. Great. This is not designed for me to do this while I'm streaming. No, I can't. I'm not dealing with it right now. It's just not going to happen. Okay, so for now, again, we have a tornado warning for the city of Anson. Moving southeast. This was due to a landspout tornado north of Anson a bit earlier. Regardless, this storm could eventually produce a supercellular mesocyclone tornado as well. Wait a minute, I might be able to actually just set that up with... Hold on. Let's try this. I just need to crop it correctly. And then we'll be okay. We'll just go back to this for now. I'll work on this. So again, what we've got going on right now, we'll zoom out, take a statewide look. We've got storms capable of producing tornadoes, one near Anson, one probably 10 miles southeast of Ballinger now, moving away from Ballinger in southeastern Reynolds County. Storm near Anson, if we had a tornado develop, probably be a few miles west of town there on Highway 180. That's going to move almost due south, southeast towards Hawley. That storm is moving almost due south at this point. Got that, we've got that, we've got that. All right. All right. There we go. So again, y'all aren't hearing me right now because I'm trying to fix this real quick. So again, y'all aren't hearing me right now because I'm trying to fix this real quick. Clearly you just heard me though, but that's okay. We just fixed that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor and Knox County in Texas.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to let this keep playing. And I'm going to get this stuff fixed. We're going to be back in a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. We're back. Things are fixed. Let's get back to it. We've got a new tornado warning. That's going to be for areas well southeast of Ballinger at this point. This is going to be for a thunderstorm approaching the Colorado River and the big lake down here. Southeast of Ballinger, east of Paint Rock. All right, so we've got the feed from Adam, we've got the feed from Steven, we've got the feed from me. Yeah, Jason, I have no idea what that was. You could probably pop that layer back on later and see if that's what it was doing, but it was under it, so I don't know why it would have been sending that out. Either way, it I don't know. Was interesting. So again, we've got the live view from Steven. He's near Anson. Adam's near rural. We've got the camera from West Dallas, which, let me see if I can't fix that. I'll get the warning scroll back on the bottom of here in just a second. But again, new tornado warning southeast of Ballinger. If you're in Ballinger, you're fine. There's no tornado in Ballinger right now. We've got a possible tornado. At this point, it is probably 10 miles southeast of Ballinger. We've got the big lake with the Colorado River near Leedy. Second storm could have a tornado over that. All of that is just moving southeast slowly towards Stacy and Dual. Back up in the big country, we've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado. The tornado, actually, we're getting a pretty good couplet now on Highway 180. Probably about 8 miles west of Anson now. There could be a tornado developing there. Yeah, let me get the warning scroll back here real quick. There you go. Now you can see the warning scroll at least. View from Steven. He should be west of Anson now. We'll see what he has in a minute. Steven's west of Anson. Adam's east of rural. Then we've got the Dallas camera, which I will again try to fix that real quick. See if we can't give a better view there. Close enough. So again, we've got Steven west of Anson. You can see data's a little spotty there. Adam is east of rural. He's heading east out of rural, I believe. With the Haskell storm, he's just got rain and hail. We'll switch back, keep both of their streams on. Jason, remind me after this is over to go back, create dedicated scenes on my layout for each of them, and add those pictures you made with a header. I'm not going to do that right now, but I need to do it afterwards now that I figured everything out. We'll do it before tomorrow. But again, we've got storm near Anson. That's barely moving south. It's one of these that's literally just sitting on the bloody highway, Highway 180. Possible tornado developing about 5 miles southwest of Radium, a good 8 miles west of Anson, moving almost due south. Hail core on Highway 83. I think that's 83. Let me double check. Excuse me, Highway 277 just north of Anson. There could be baseballs falling with that. And then we could have the potential of a tornado again about 8 miles west of Anson coming down Highway 180, moving almost due south. We'll switch off this radar loop. We'll switch over to the high-res radar out of Dias. Here you go. And again, that's strong circulation. So we'll see when Steven's stream comes back. We'll see if he has a visual. You can see he's looking at that circulation. That might be a tornado. Stand by. And by that might be... Oh, come on. That's my end. I don't know why it did that. Let me see. Give me just a second. Could have a developing tornado now west of Anson. Again, this is Storm Chaser Stephen Jones west of Anson. If we had a tornado develop, it'd be back in here, and there might be a ground circulation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a tornado right there west of Anson. So again, a developing tornado west of Anson on Highway 180 by about 8 miles. So again, that's going to be a confirmed tornado now, about 8 miles west of Anson with that circulation developing on Highway 180. Let me go ahead and put a marker. We'll try to get some road names on here. And again, this is going to be west of Anson. Anson proper, you got hail just north of town. Developing tornado is west of Anson by about 8 miles of the rural areas. I'll try to get some roads on here. Coming up to County Road 508 and Highway 180. Probably near County Road 194 right now. And again, this is going to be in portions of western Jones County. We're getting data signals here and there from Steven. We'll see when that comes back in just a minute. But again, that should be about 8 miles west of Anson based on where that velocity signature is, unless it's in association with where this outflow boundary is intersecting the storm, but that wouldn't make too much sense. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, possible tornado now in central Jones County, probably about 8 miles west of Anson. If I had to base it on the velocity data, that storm's moving due south. You can see there's the visual coming back in from Steven. We'll take a quick look. Again, data's pretty spotty out here. Why does it keep doing? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong scene. My apologies. I can fix that. There you go. I just need to fix that on my Stream Deck real quick. Noted. I can fix that. I can fix that. I can fix that. There we go. So again, looking at here, I can tell you, this is inflow. This, your circulation. Up here, this is your rear flank downdraft. Wind's coming on the backside, wrap it around the circulation. And if we have a tornado down, it's probably back in here. It may not be one that is completely and utterly condensed, but definitely the potential for a tornado. In fact, I'm seeing pictures coming in off X right now. So, this should be west of Anson. And we'll see when that data comes back in. We'll switch back to it full screen when it does. But again, probably have a tornado down 8 miles west of Anson based on the current velocity data. And yeah, I'm getting pictures on Twitter right now of that being a fully condensed tornado. So we'll get a picture from Steven and them eventually. Back down into the Concho Valley we go. Here we go. We've got 2 storms capable of producing tornadoes, though I think this southern storm right over, what is that, the H.O. Ivy Lake in the Colorado River, just north of the Riverside Wildlife Management Area, right here. That's your Hook Echo. It's going to be your circulation. That would have that circulation. Here, I'm going to look off my radar up here. That circulation, again, over the lake, 17 miles west of Rockwood, 8 miles northeast of Millersville, generally moving down towards Doole, D-O-L-L-E. That would also place it about 13 miles north of Salt Gap. So again, that's going to be coming down towards FM 1929, the south side of the lake, the Riverside Wildlife Refuge area, and eventually making a beeline for Doole. So west side to the lake, southwest of Leedy. be in a safe place. East sides of the lake, you've probably got baseball-size hail falling right now. And that's with this storm well southwest of Santa Ana. Again, there's going to be a tornado down west of Anson right now. And it looks like we're going to have a new circulation developing shortly. But this tornado now near County Road 194 and Highway 180, about 8 miles west of Anson, could have a second circulation developing about 3 to 4 miles west of Anson now on Highway 180. Storm moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. This thunderstorm, again, producing a confirmed tornado now west of Anson. Somehow every other chaser except ours are actually able to stream this thing, apparently. That's disappointing. But that's okay. That's life. You know, technology doesn't always appreciate or work with you. In fact, with me, it doesn't usually work at all. But again, we've got a tornado down about 8 miles west of Anson, moving southeast at, it's moving southeast at like 10 miles an hour. We could have a second tornado with a new circulation eventually develop about 4 miles west of Anson. These storms moving southeast only at about 10. Haskell, we've got hail all the way up 277 to Weinart to Monday. Those storms capable of producing large hail up to the size of tennis balls, damaging straight line winds. Down the Concho Valley we go. Let's take a look. Ho, ho, ho. Storms east of Ballinger, southwest of Coleman. The storm that produced the tornado east of Ballinger earlier, no longer tornado warning. Tornado warned. We've got the storm now on the south sides of OH Ivy Lake, down to Kickapoo Creek Road, the Riverside Wildlife Management Area. That's going to be crossing over FM 1919, moving southeast towards Dual. So again, y'all are going to want to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to just switch to satellite data because I'm annoyed at not being able to see lakes easily. So let's turn radar off, and again, I'll even turn severe warnings off real quick. So again, you can see south sides of the lake, east sides of the lake, moving southeast towards Dual, D-O-L-L-E. Eventually, if this storm continues moving southeast in its current rate of spread, it's going to end up near Brady, but that's hours away at this rate. So this is going to pass about 3 to 4 miles west of Stacy, moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. Okay, back up in the big country, we've had a confirmed tornado about 8 miles to 7 miles west of Anson. Not sure if that tornado's still in progress or not. Its circulation's weakening, it looks like, so that tornado, if it's still down, should be lifting soon. Adam Lucio is in Sagerton. which is northwest of Stanford. So he is trying to get southeast behind these storms. He's trying to get down to Anson to monitor these storms as well. Stephen Jones reports he had a tornado west of Anson. We'll see some pictures and videos from him later. He lost his data, unfortunately, right as the tornado dropped, so we weren't able to see it live on our stream. But that's life. Possible tornado moving into portions of southwestern Coleman, northeastern Concho counties. Near Stacy, moving southeast at 15. That storm down here could eventually be a threat to Brady. But again, this thing's only moving 15. I'll put a storm track on it. I'm probably going to have to do it for 2 hours, and it may not even get to Brady. I'm just going to do it like that. You can see if it continues on its track, it'd be in the city of Brady at 8:20, over an hour and a half away. Until then, this could be a threat to Dual. This could be in town in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Stacy passing just west of you, but it's close over the south side of the lake. Tornado is up in west of Ann, dissipated about 5 minutes ago, it looks like. So let's zoom out to the state. We'll see what we've got going on right now. I'll turn the radar back on. Again, here's over just the last couple of hours. I'll try to knock some of these city labels off. Most storms are just going to have a hail threat, but some of these may also be capable of producing tornadoes. And again, it does look like we probably do have a tornado down very near Stacy here with this storm well southeast of Ballinger. We'll see if Jason has a shot of this tornado from Anson. And yeah, here's the tornado a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago, west of Anson. This was a pretty sizable cone tornado. Unfortunately, our chasers there lost data as the tornado was occurring, which I guess isn't a surprise. It's, you know, a tornado, but again, that's a shot from storm chasers.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Coleman, Concho, and McCulloch County in Texas.
Southwest or west of Anson. All right, back to the radar we go. And again, we've got what is a tornado likely down now, just west of Stacy. Very strong gate-to-gate shear with this again. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 60, winds moving towards the radar. At about 60. So that'll be 120 mile an hour winds, again, right on the south side of the lake out there, just west of Stacy. Let me see if I can't get some roads on here for you. And you can see we've got tornado warnings galore there with this storm. It's not what I wanted.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Jones County in Texas.
All right, so again, possible tornado, if not probable tornado, underway now just west of Stacy on the south sides of the O.H. Ivy Lake. That's over mainly rural areas. Those of you in Dolle, D-O-L-L-E, the community there that's on the map, I don't know if it's even a community or not, to be honest with you. Coming up to FM 503, up to the Stacy Cemetery before it curves east and back north, y'all are in a tornado warning. Take shelter, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have a tornado warning. This is for a thunderstorm near Anson that did produce a confirmed tornado about 10 minutes ago. Here's a shot from storm chaser Stephen Jones. So we had a tornado with that storm. That has since lifted. We're going to see if this storm develops a new circulation. The heck did that tornado warning just disappear? What? Okay, so they made the warning. What? Okay, that's a weird tornado warning that we're looking at, but okie dokie. So again, circulation now. I would say a new circulation is developing just southwest of Anson by maybe 3 to 4 miles. That's probably going to be your new circulation that moves south towards Hawley, and they're going to need to put a new tornado warning on that because this new one's not going to cover that in any way, shape, or form. So tornado we had 8 miles west of Anson's dissipated. New tornado developing now about 3 to 4 miles southwest of Anson. Looks like meteorologist Trey Greenwood got the tornado from about a mile away from west of Anson earlier, so we'll get some B-roll of that from him later. We've got a tornado just west of Stacy, moving southeast towards Dual. This is a confirmed tornado now, about 6 miles northwest of Dual, coming up towards FM 22, FM 503. This is going to move southeast towards this community of Dual. Let me see if I can't. Again, County Road 22, FM 22. To be honest, I don't give a flippity boppity boo. It's 22. Again, you can see this thing's got a very strong low-level circulation with it. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 50. Winds moving towards the radar at about 60. So we've got 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear with this circulation. I'll go ahead and load a loop for you. I'm going to try to zoom out so y'all can get references, but again, we're literally in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to turn off all the warnings. I'm just going to load a quick 30-minute loop of this velocity data so you can see what we've got going on. Then I'll switch it back over to the how hard it's raining mode so you can see. And again, you can see the circulation spinning up, tornado, and now the tornado's moving due east and even stronger. So those of you in Stacy on County Road 1929, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. North and east of this tornado, we have baseball-sized hail falling over the lake, the reservoir, the Colorado River. Winds moving away from the radar now at 70. Winds moving towards the radar at about 60. So we're up to 140 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear. Very impressive hook echo. Likely a tornado in progress now, just west of Stacy, just a couple miles northwest of Dual here, just southeast of the Ivy Lake, the Riverside Wildlife Management Area, the Sportsman Lodge, Kennedy Rec area, here off 1929, moving southeast towards 22 and 765 in areas well northwest of Brady. All right, let's go back north to the storm our chasers are on. Again, this is the only other tornado warning we're dealing with in the state of Texas right now. This is going to be a severe storm south of Anson now. This circulation that mile distance is off. Look, it starts at 5 miles. Darn it, Paul, you made a bug in the program that makes it show 5 miles. Okay, I'm going to have to revert back to the non-beta version later. Good to know. This tornado is going to be about 3 miles southwest of Anson, moving southeast at about 10 miles an hour. I'll try to get some roads on here. You can see that new hook developing. Our chasers are moving to position. Adam's coming in from the north into Anson now. He'll have a view shortly. Steven is probably southwest of Anson, moving to reposition himself to get a view. We've got Storm Chaser meteorologist Trey Greenwood there. They've had a view of the tornado. And again, this is what the tornado looked like about 15 minutes ago west of Anson. This was Anson. With the old circulation about 8 miles west of Anson on Highway 180. And now as we go back to the radar, you can see we have a new circulation developing. Not far southwest of Anson on FM 707.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles north-northwest of Dual in Concho County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, law enforcement relayed report from Storm Chaser on tornado on the ground northwest of Dual.
Okay, so again, Dual, tornado down northwest of Dual. We've got a possible tornado trying to develop now. This is really not far southwest of Anson, but it should be moving south. Would be about 5 miles southwest of Anson on FM 707. Let's switch back to Steven's shot. I'm not sure if that's frozen or not. We'll be able to tell pretty quickly just by looking at the clouds. Yeah, it's not frozen. You can see a base there. No tornado in his view right now. We'll see. The storm is probably going to try to reorganize. So again, Steven Jones is located southwest of Anson. Adam Lucio's coming in from the north. We'll get a view from him shortly. Trey Greenwood's also there. Further north, we've got storms that are moving northeast from Haskell to Monday to southeast of Benjamin. These are all moving northeast, the potential for large hail up to the size of baseballs with that activity. All right, let's go back down to Dual and Stacy, a confirmed tornado in progress now, about 2 miles west of Stacy, probably about 4 miles or so northwest of Dual. And again, this is going to be coming up to County Road 22, northwest of Dual, northwest of Brady, way northwest of Brady. Interesting. Why is that just starting at 6 miles now? Well, I'll deal with it later. Noted. So again, about 5 miles northwest of Dual, if that, probably 2 miles west of Stacy, the potential for a severe thunderstorm to produce, or is producing, a tornado. Baseball-size hail northeast of the circulation. Those of you in Stacy and Dual, here in portions of northwestern McCulloch County, need to be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right. Where? There it is. Right. So again, we've got a storm that's produced tornadoes near west and southwest of Anson. We've got storms that have produced tornadoes just southeast of Ballinger. We've got storm now coming up towards Stacy and Dual, County Road 22 in northwestern McCulloch County that has a tornado with it. Pretty strong tornado by the looks of it.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Jones County in Texas.
Okay, it's going to be a new tornado warning for Jones County. This will include Highway 83 down to Hawley. This is going to be a developing tornado near County Road 486, just east of FM 707 in Jones County, moving southeast. They've got it moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. That's probably a good bet. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. And again, I'm just going to do the circulation up to the hail core. So this may be a wee bit early for some folks, but I want to give as much lead time as possible. We're going to go back down to 60 minutes. Again, 15 miles an hour. This would be in Hawley at 7:25 to 7:30, approaching impact at 7:55. Thereafter, this could be a direct threat to the city of Abilene and Ty by 8 p.m. If this storm continues, the threat of a tornado, hail, damaging winds. You can see Adam and Steven both have a view of the new wall cloud now south of Anson. If that puts a tornado down, we are going to see it real quick. We've got a large tornado in progress near Dual, just northwest of Dual, just west of Stacey and McCulloch County and Coleman County. We've got a storm southeast of Haskell trying to spin up a little bit now, just east of Highway 277. That would be... Okay, I don't care about storm tracks. Stop. Thank you very much. Oh, nope, I just broke the program. All right, we're going to reset the program. Maybe that's what I needed to do 20 minutes ago. So again, southeast of Haskell, a little bit of a circulation trying to develop near FM 1618, maybe 2 miles east of 277. We'll keep an eye on that. Right now, it's nothing to write home about, but that may try to spin up a tornado near FM 618, about 2 miles east of 277. That storm is now moving almost south-southeast. And again, this is all southeast of Haskell, that storm we're talking about. I'll get it back up. Oh, I'm getting runtime errors. That's great. I really upset that program. Cool. All right, let's try this again. Steven, Adam are both located in Anson, south of Anson. You can see both have a view of that circulation. We'll look at Adam's stream real quick. He's heading south. That's not what I wanted to look at, but technology and I just don't get along, so let's try that again. Okay, I see what I need to do now. I need to switch it back to the old feed. Okay, Adam is south of Anson. You can see he's looking there. All right, I'm just going to do this real quick. Hold on. All right, there's Adam's feed south of Anson. Switch back to Steven's feed. They're both there. You can see the police are having a fun old time. Steven's looking at it from a different angle. Switch back to the chaser wall. You can see both storm chasers looking at this circulation near the city of Anson. We've got a tornado still underway northwest of Dual. That is a relatively long-lived, strong tornado, it appears. We'll take a look at that. Again, this is going to be just southwest of Stacey, coming up to County Road 22. North of Dual, again, very strong circulation with that, coming up to County Road 22. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. Those of you in Dual up to Stacey in northwestern McClintock County, way northwest of Brady, you're going to need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor and Knox County in Texas.
Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Again, tornado likely down, approaching County Road 22, about 4 miles northwest of Dual, 3 miles southwest of Stacey, eastern Coleman, western McCulloch counties in the Concho Valley with this thunderstorm here. As we approach 7 p.m., you can see those communities don't show up here, so you're just going to have to use my verbal descriptors as an indication. We also note some storms trying to fire northwest of Junction, southwest of Menard. Those could become hailers. All right, let's keep going back north. Let's look at the tornado. Well, first off, we got some storms east of Ballinger approaching Coleman. Those could have small hail, maybe quarter-size hail, strong winds. Those are moving northeast. Storm southwest of Anson, moving down Highway 277 towards Hawley. The potential for it to produce a tornado. You can see it itself is definitely visually organized on reflectivity. We've had views from the storm chasers This storm is only moving southeast right now, barely 5 to 10 miles an hour. It could eventually be an issue to Hawley by 7:30 to 7:45, 7:30 we'll say, and then this could be an issue for impact in the north sides of the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. Okay, let's take a statewide view. Let's talk about what's going on now. Then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight so we can see our expectations as we go into tonight. We've got scattered severe storms underway across portions of northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. Storm southeast of Ballinger, now approaching Dual, very near Stacy. Very near Stacy. The potential continues. That there's been a tornado down there for about 20 minutes now. We've got a severe storm now south of Anson, moving towards Hawley. Both our Storm Chaser live streams are on that. Stephen Jones
Texas
is looking
local
at it.
storm report from 7 miles north of Noodle in Jones County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Storm Chaser. Additional information, Storm Chaser confirms tornado on the ground northeast of Noodle.
Okay, so that was down south again, I think. Yeah, Dual. All right. So we've got the storms northwest Texas moving up towards Seymour with hail. We got a severe storm now just southeast of Haskell with a circulation. I mean, if technically we've got multiple circulations now. Jason, why are we doing this? And then we got storms in the Big Country, the Concho Valley. Strongest storms capable of tornadoes, softball-size hail, winds over 70. Most storms are just throwing out hail. Some of these have been producing tornadoes. All right, let's pause. I want to take a look real quick tonight at the high-res rapid refresh model before we get back into spinny doom mode, which, depending on how quickly this storm south of Anson ramps up, we may have a tornado for you visually from multiple live streams in a minute. What we're going to do is we're going to switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to hit some buttons. We're going to take a look at the statewide view. I need to see if I need to knock some of these cities off the map. Too bad, I'm leaving it on there. We'll go ahead and, again, load the latest high-res rapid refresh model. Let's see how it's doing right now at 7 o'clock. It's doing okay. Yeah, pretty much. Let's just go with that. All right, I'm going to go from 9 o'clock through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm going to let the animation load real quick. And again, we're talking about the most intense storms. We don't have too many storms today, but we're dealing with the ones we have. If you want to keep an eye on storms in your neck of the woods or the country, or you just want your local weather forecast, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers on, well, where you download apps for your device. All right, this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight into Friday morning. You can see supercells diminishing by probably 11 p.m. Then maybe a complex of storms in the Arklatex early Friday, and maybe some scattered storms in southeast Texas. No big complex of storms here in Texas tonight, it looks like. So we're just going to be dealing with supercells, then we're going to quiet down by midnight. We may still have a couple of storms in North Texas, Texoma, the Arklatex tonight into Friday morning. Then you can see maybe some scattered storms Friday morning. The potential for another round of scattered severe thunderstorms Friday afternoon into Friday evening, just like today pretty much, in northwest Texas, the Big Country, West Texas, the Permian Basin, into the Concho Valley. All right, let's get back to it. We've got a confirmed tornado just north of Dual, and we've got a storm now approaching Hawley on Highway 277 southeast of Anson. Anson, you're clear. This thing's about to put a tornado down, and we're going to have a view of it. Oh, yeah, this thing's about to drop a tornado right in front of us on these live streams. Our chasers are in Hawley, looking west-northwest. Let's just pull up Here, let's just start with Adam's feed. You can see this flying in here. At some point, going to likely consolidate and produce a tornado. Let's switch to Steven's feed. You can see this right here. This little circulation area, that's going to drop probably in a minute. This thing really wrapping up on radar. Those of you in Hawley, west and north of Hawley, you need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A tornado is likely about to drop now just northwest of the community of Hawley by about 3 miles. Based on radar signatures and the visuals from our storm chasers. This storm is moving southeast towards FM 605, FM 605, west of 277. Those of you in Hawley need to be in a safe place. This storm may pose a direct threat to Dyess Air Force Base, Ty, the west sides of the city of Abilene, with a tornado by 8 p.m. This storm is dropping baseballs on 277 right now, northwest of Hawley. All right, real quick, making sure we're not missing anything. We got a supercell now southeast of Haskell. That has turned southeast. We're going to have to watch for indications of a circulation developing northeast of Stamford. And again, this storm moving slowly southeast, about 10 to 15 miles an hour now, away from the city of Haskell. All right, let's go keep looking up. Supercell over Knox City. That storm's still moving east-northeast. We're going to have to watch. We got a tornado coming down on Stephen and Adam's feed right now. That's going to be a... There you go. There's a funnel cloud. There's your funnel. This is going to be west-northwest of Hawley by about 2 miles. Back to the chaser wall. So again, we got a funnel cloud now coming down northwest of Hawley. You can see it on both Adam's stream, Stephen's stream. On radar, this thing's got a circulation tighter than a tick's behind. This is going to be a tornado any second now. That funnel cloud lowering. And by the way, you can watch just the storm chasing video feeds on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Tornado imminent now. You can see it coming down. We'll just go to Stephen's feed directly. And you can see funnel.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball.
You can see this rotating left to right in the foreground, right to left in the background. That's cyclonic rotation. Your area of concentrated rotation right there. That's your funnel cloud. We're going to be looking for indications of debris down here at the surface. Almost looks like we might have some thing rotating around. But again, we're going to have to watch that. Watch for a debris cloud. We've got people watching it, and we're going to be dealing with it. So again, we're about to have a tornado down just northwest of Hawley. Very strong low-level circulation detected. This could become a strong tornado as it develops. This is going to be very near County Road 495 in the next several minutes, coming up to areas just west of Hawley. Unless this takes a hard right, which it may, this is going to stay just west of Hawley. And again, we're going to have a tornado down any second. You can see funnel halfway to the ground now on Stephen Jones' feed. Adam Lucio's feed maybe just a second or two behind. And again, this is going to be dangerously close to the city of Hawley. If you're in Hawley, H-A-W-L-E-Y, you need to be in a safe place. Nobody and their mama should be on 277 right now unless you like getting softballs to the windshield. No travel northwest of Abilene now on 277. And those of you on I-20, we're not going to want anyone on I-20 between, let's just say, Merkel and Clyde after 7:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now and about to be a tornado just west of Hawley. Again, you can see the hook. Classic. Stephen's stream froze. Looks like Adams is still going. You can see that circulation developing on Adams' feed. Strong right to left there. The upper portion of the wall cloud would be above him. Notice we have some dust getting kicked up here. I think it's safe to say that's a tornado. So we've got a tornado down now west of Hawley by about 2 miles. This is going to be crossing FM 605 in the next couple minutes. What could become a large tornado, again, now in progress, about 2... I mean, it's close to Hawley. It's real close. You can see from Stephen's view. There's your funnel cloud. Looks like some debris getting kicked up, or at least dust down there. Can't tell with the background. But again, look at the... yeah, there's dust down there. That's a tornado. So we've got a tornado down, approaching FM 605, very near or just west of Hawley. This may pass maybe 1 to 2 miles west of Hawley. I think, actually, Steve and them are in Hawley looking west. So again, those of you in Hawley need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. This thunderstorm, back to Adam's shot we go. Adam's got a good view of this. We've got, from a different angle, different lights. Oh, multi-vortex. So we've got a strong tornado now in progress just west of Hawley. That's going to be a multi-vortex tornado. Based on that view. All right, so again, just west of Hawley, you're going to need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You can see Adams continuing to have a visual on that circulation now. You can see the dust. That's your tornado right there. You may not see
local
condensation funnel above it.
Hawley in Jones County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information.
Debris.
277 just northwest of Hawley.
Multi-vortex tornado in progress just west of Hawley, approaching FM 605. Jason, ignore what I said to you. I think I understand what happened. You can see Adams very close to that tornado. You can see him backing up. And again, Adams a professional storm chaser. He has been through hundreds of tornadoes. Do not do what he's doing, you know, getting close like that. He knows what he's doing. He's very experienced. We'll take a look. Steven, have a view. They're probably outside the car filming to their west. And again, Adam's got debris in the air. There's debris. You can see that's being lifted up hundreds of feet. You've got multiple vortices with this tornado. So again, you don't see a condensation funnel down, but we do have a tornado in progress just west of Hawley, coming up to FM 605. That is going to be a tornado that is moving southeast. We know with this thunderstorm, this storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. So, clear call to action. A thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes and a tornado now, just west of the city of Hawley, is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour, down 277.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles east-northeast of Truby in Jones County. Tornado. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information. Spotter reports confirmed tornado on the ground 4 to 5 miles west-northwest of Hawley.
Okay, so again, this could pose a direct threat to the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. This storm is producing a tornado, softball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds. This storm may still be producing tornadoes, softball-sized hail, and damaging straight-line winds when it arrives on Interstate 20 and into the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. City of Abilene, this is your super-duper early call to action here. If you know anyone in Abilene, make sure they know we've got problems. Stephen Jones has a visual of the tornado now. This is just west of Hawley. Again, this storm with a possible tornado could be in the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. There's your tornado right there. Your debris cloud.
A new severe thunderstorm.
Again, okay, be quiet. We don't care about severe storms right now. We care about the tornado. We're focused on the most intense thing here. Adam's got close-range footage of said tornado, and Steven's got footage of tornado. This storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. Anybody, if you know anybody in Abilene, northwest of Abilene up 277, make sure they know they've got a storm 15 miles well, 12 to 15 miles northwest of Abilene, producing a tornado right now, moving their way at 15 miles an hour. Truthfully, you could probably go outside in Abilene right now, look north, and see this tornado. It is moving down 377 or 277 towards Abilene. Okay, we've got a tornado warning now for the city of Abilene.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, and Taylor County in Texas.
Okay, let's talk about who's in and who's out. It is 7:15 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Tornado now live on Adam Lucio's feed, Stephen Jones' feed. We've got a tornado down 1 mile west of Hawley. This is a confirmed tornado moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. The Weather Service saying at 7:27 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Hodges or over Hawley, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This tornado and storm are moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. That's not a debris ball, okay. So again, a confirmed tornado. You see in the pictures right now. These are live pictures on the right side of the screen. Tornado near Hawley, moving southeast at 15. If it continues, this will be in the city of Abilene by 7:55 to 8 p.m. Behind the tornado, softball-size hail. This will be crossing impact at 7:50. No one or their mama should be on Highway 277 right now between Interstate 20 and Hawley, frankly, all the way up to Anson. Those of you on Interstate 20, we want no one on Interstate 20 between Merkel and Clyde. If for some reason we have someone with Texas DPS listening, close the interstate between, let's just say, Merkel and Clyde. Abilene, get your mama, get your kids, get where you need to be safe from this thing, and get to shelter. All right, you've got some time in Abilene. If you live in a mobile home, a trailer, you're from out of town or whatever, you need to evacuate to a sturdy site-built structure nearby. A restaurant, a hotel, a gas station, a motel. Go in there, they'll let you in, take shelter. If you know somebody by chance with a storm cellar on your block, wouldn't be a bad idea to go down and say hi to them, maybe bring them a cookie cake and be like, hey, can we sit here for a while? Those of you in the city of Abilene, again, thunderstorm, confirmed tornado. These are live videos from Adam Lucio, Stephen Jones, just west of the city of Hawley. This storm, this tornado moving southeast at 15 miles an hour, will be crossing Interstate 20 between 7:50 and 7:55 in the city of Abilene. Thereafter, this tornado will cross southeast over Interstate 20 into the city of Abilene. This is an urgent call to action for those of you in the city of Abilene. You've got 30 minutes, maybe 40, before a thunderstorm with a history of producing a significant tornado, big hail as in softballs, and damaging winds arrives from the northwest. Now, do I think it's going to be this specific tornado down when it gets to Abilene? Probably not. We're probably going to go through a few cycles, but it could still drop a tornado in the city of Abilene. So this is a urgent call to action. You know anybody who's traveling out here today on I-20? You know anybody who lives in Ty, Impact, Abilene, north of Buffalo Gap to Potosi, west of Clyde? Call them, text them, message them, snap them. I don't care what you do. Make sure they know this thing's got a tornado down. It's riding down 277 like a car on the highway, except 15 miles an hour, so just pretend it's an 80-year-old grandma, and it's coming to say hello, and that's not good. This storm, again, tornado down. Now, you can see it. Here's a full screen view from Adam Lucio. Tornado continues now. You can see, even though the condensation funnel doesn't reach all the way down, we've got debris. This is dust, dirt, whatever being kicked up. This is a confirmed tornado that remains down. It is in charge, and it's moving southeast down 277. At some point in the next probably 5 minutes to 10 minutes, we're likely going to see this occlude. The tornado will dissipate, and we're going to see a new circulation begin developing. As this occludes, this thing's going due east now. Those of you in Hawley, you need to be in shelter now. You should have been in shelter 15 bloody minutes ago when we told you this was about to happen. But those of you in Hawley, this circulation, as it occludes, is turning east. We've got a couplet, about 70-mile-an-hour winds moving towards the radar. We got about 80-mile-an-hour moving away. This is 1 mile west of Hawley, moving straight east into Hawley. There you go. There's the tornado right there. Look, it literally, you're looking at it. There's debris. Okay, that's dust, dirt over a field. It's about to hit these trees. These trees are about to go flying. And again, you can see the condensation funnel. Oh, sweet mama May. So again, strong tornado in progress, moving into Hawley. Y'all need to be in shelter. This is roping out, but it is a strong tornado. Look at this little tube. Again, this thing has got more attitude than a politician in an inquiry. Those of you in Hawley, be in shelter, please. I realize you want to go outside and look at this thing, but if this thing hits you while you're outside, you're going flying halfway to Breckenridge, and you're probably not going to be in one piece by the time you land. So please, we don't want folks getting hurt out here. We want no one on 277 going south out of Anson, north out of Abilene. This is a tornado that remains down. We'll take a look at Steven's shot, and again, here's a shot from Steven. Again, you can see the tornado's trying to rope out here, but it is still down. It's in charge. A little closer shot in from Adam, and you can see, there you go. Literally, tornado is in the field to his west. This is still doing damage. And again, hopefully it just stays open in open fields and doesn't hit structures. Again, you can see these little vortices dancing around this tornado. Again, just because you don't see the condensation funnel the whole way down does not mean this isn't down. You can see we got debris being lofted. At times, you can see a vortex consolidating and solidifying there. Again, you can also see giant hailstones down here. Just north of this tornado, you could probably got baseball to softball size hail flying around. So again, let's go back to the live feed. You can see that is a strong tornado. Just because it is not your typical cone, wedge, barrel, stovepipe does not mean that thing doesn't have attitude. In fact, that thing's probably got more attitude than some of your larger tornadoes. Let me show you why. You see these vortices down here? Think of it as a ballerina. I've used this in the descriptor of a parent mesocyclone. When you bring your arms together, when you're skating around, when you bring your arms in, you can skate in a circle faster. Same principle applies with tornadoes. And you can see that here. This is a multiple vortex tornado down at the surface, even though you have one parent circulation above. And again, this is a strong tornado now, dangerously close to the city of Hawley. We've got a tornado debris signature now on radar. Debris is being lofted at least 3,000 feet into the air by this tornado. So again, a confirmed tornado continues very near the city of Hawley. This storm as a whole is moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. Those of you in the city of Abilene, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This tornado is not going to be the one that makes it to Abilene. The tornado itself is going to dissipate, but we're going to see a new tornado develop probably, or at least potentially, as this moves southeast. So again, urgent call to action. Those of you in Hawley, you better be in a safe place. This tornado is trying to move back east as it occludes. The parent mesocyclone weakens, and we end up having a tornado possibly moving very near Hawley. Now again, I hope that doesn't happen, but you can see the tornado is actually becoming larger. Notice right here. Look at this. You see how it's tilted? Noted, we got hail falling. And again, there could be baseball-sized hail flying around this thing. Notice how that tornado had an angle for a minute? This tornado still has quite a bit of strength to it. Again, just because it's not your typical, big-time wide tornado, you can see tornado goes all the way up, down. You can even see some of the outer vortex layers being shed as the inner core consolidates and condenses on stream. So again, this is Hawley, Texas, about 10 miles northwest of the city of Abilene, on Highway 277. Tornado near the city of Hawley. This is the how hard it's raining mode. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, in this case, I don't need to show you which way the wind's blowing. We've got a visual on this darn thing, and this thing's got attitude. We're going to get a scan update here in just a second. And again, this tornado is sitting very near FM 605, about 1 mile west of 277. So again, Hawley, you need to be in a safe place. Tornado down near FM 605, 1 mile west of 277. It is moving. Honestly, it looks like it's moving south again. Here, I'm just going to loop this. You can see the complexities of tracking tornadoes. Tornadoes do not move in a straight line. And again, the only reason I'm really showing you this is just to show you the direction we're dealing with. The animation's going to load. Look, it curved east. Now it's moving back south again. You can see the tornado's actually becoming larger again. It tried to go east as it occluded, but it looks like it just got shoved back south, which may prolong the tornado's lifespan. You can see the tornado itself is becoming larger at this point on the stream from Stephen Jones. They're traveling south. You can see this tornado's become larger. It was a fairly thin rope. Now, I mean, it is going to occlude at some point, but look, the ground circulation's become larger. So again, this is now a fairly large tornado passing southwest of Hawley. Hawley, you're probably okay now if you're in Hawley, but stay in shelter. This tornado now 2 to 3 miles southwest of Hawley, about to cross over FM 605 between FM 707 and County Road 509, moving south, maybe a little southwest, honestly. There's the view. And again, this is Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. We'll look from Adam Lucio. Okay, well, Adam streams out, and that's okay. As you might expect, data could be a little sketchy at times in tornado land. You can see a lot of debris getting kicked up. This thing's digging. Look at all that dirt being kicked up. This tornado's digging. It's trying to plant itself. You can see the outer vortex shroud up here, the inner vortex shroud down towards the surface, and you can see, oh, there's stuff getting thrown. We've got debris being lofted hundreds of feet. You can see the debris falling out of the circulation. I hope that's just trees. I really do. But no, there's some big stuff getting thrown in here. Again, this is an extremely dangerous situation now 3 miles southwest of Hawley. You can see there's hailstones on the ground. Steven's getting back in his car. They're going to keep moving. But again, he'll have a view again in a second. Again, a strong tornado remains in progress now, just 3 miles southwest of Hawley, moving south at about 15 miles an hour. You can see on the latest scan there, the overall velocity couplet's starting to weaken. The circulation itself is going to start to weaken here. You can see off Stephen's shot, kind of sideways next to Aaron Rigsby's head. The tornado itself is starting to narrow, resulting in probably the occlusion process beginning, where the tornado itself is going to be in a dissipation stage. And oh, Adam, you came back at a real good time for that view, sir. You can see here's Adam's shot. Tornado continues. Tornado now likely on FM 605, very near, just west of County Road 509. And oh, there's a little neighborhood right there. That may have been what just got hit. I hope it's not. There are houses out here, folks. There's little cul-de-sacs and streets, so this may have hit that. And Adam's got debris falling out of the sky. So again, that's debris falling out of the sky around Adam. That's not good, folks. That's not good. I'm really afraid we've had some major damage just southwest of Hawley. There are neighborhoods out here. I'm looking at satellite, and Adam's got debris literally falling on his car from this tornado. So if it's just trees and leaves, that's okay. But if this hit any structures, we've got major problems now southwest of Hawley. This tornado continues to move southeast. We're going to need to be mindful that this is eventually going to try to develop a new circulation. I don't see that yet, but if it does, it might be a little further east, just southeast of Hawley. These cyclic supercells, you'll see the parent circulation start to die out. I'll highlight that real quick. Right there, that's the tornado. New circulation, that might be what develops and moves southeast towards Abilene. If that's what happens, that could develop a new tornado that then moves southeast right towards the city of Abilene by 7:55. Those of you in Abilene, again, a damaging tornado just southwest of Hawley. That tornado is probably going to dissipate here shortly. You can see the rope out process occurring. We're going to have to wait and see if we get a new tornado that develops very near Highway 277 just southeast of Hawley, and that could be what moves down towards the city of Abilene. Just because the parent tornado itself the tornado dies doesn't mean we're done. This storm could be a cyclic tornado, which would result in the potential for additional tornadoes to develop as a new mesocyclone or circulation develops. So again, those of you in the city of Abilene, this is a dangerous situation, a thunderstorm with a tornado down now near the city of Hawley on 277 is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Those of you in impact anywhere south of Hawley to Interstate 20 from Ty to Elmdown, including the city of Abilene or Dias Air Force Base, you need to take your tornado safety precautions now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I get you want to go outside and look at this thing, and most of you probably will. But understand this. If it doesn't look like it's moving, if it is literally, you're looking at it and it just looks like it's sitting, unless you can see the actual base of the debris cloud, and you're way too close if you can tell it's actually just sitting for a second, in all likelihood, that means the tornado is moving right at you. You need to get in shelter. If you are in a mobile home, a trailer, a vehicle in the city of Abilene, you've got 20 minutes to get to a site-built structure. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can see Adam's got leaves falling on him. Admittedly, he's got a tree right next to him, but still, this tornado likely lofted debris several thousand feet into the air, and it's going to take some time for that debris to be expelled from the thunderstorm. So again, notice, tornado likely just occluded, still might be a ground circulation, but there's not any sort of physical condensation cloud visible on Adam's stream, which means now it's time to see what's next. Okay, so let's look at what we have going on. Rehash. No other tornado warnings in the state of Texas right now. We've got a thunderstorm north of Brady. This thing northeast of Melvin honestly probably is going to have a tornado warning again soon. That's going to be a thunderstorm just west of Fife. That storm is about 5 miles west of Highway 283. This is moving southeast, right almost towards the city of Brady. So again, let me put a storm track on this. This thing's moving southeast at 15 as well, most likely. And again, this is the storm near northwest of Brady. I don't want to detract from the storm south of Hawley, but again, those of you in Abilene, you need to be in a safe place. If this thing's moving southeast here in McCulloch County, those of you in Brady, the storm could approach town around 8:30. The way it is now, baseball-sized hail, at times, areas of rotation. Just because we don't have video on it doesn't mean it can't produce a tornado later. Again, back up into the big country, storm now 3 miles south of Hawley. Just finished producing a long-lived tornado. We're going to have to see if a new one develops now. City of Abilene. Direct impacts from either a tornado, softball-sized hail, or a tornado and softball-sized hail are expected by 8 p.m. We've got new storms developing back northwest.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Jones County in Texas.
We've got new severe storms developing further northwest now from Rotan, east of Aspermont, west of Haskell. Those storms are moving southeast, could also have large hail, damaging winds. No tornado issues with those right now. Northwest Texas, we've got a small cluster of severe storms from near Benjamin to Seymour. That is generally moving northeast at maybe 10 miles an hour. So that's not moving very much. Seymour to Benjamin, north of Gorey, north of Monday, the potential for golf ball-sized hail, winds to 60. I don't think we have anything else going on right now. Again, this cluster of storms from southeast of Ballinger down to north of Brady, moving southeast about 15, potential for golf ball to softball-sized hail. We've got reports on County Road 458, Hodges, in Hodges, Texas, so just west of Hawley. It sounds like we did have some things get hit. Okay, so again, County Road 458 west of Hawley, reports of structures damaged and injuries. So again, this thing has hit buildings, and we have people that have been hurt west of Hawley. Beyond that, we don't know anything, but what we do know is those of you in Impact, the city of Abilene, Ty, and Elmdale. This is not your typical springtime storm that drops hail and maybe a little bird fart of a tornado in a field like a dust devil. This thing has produced a strong tornado that has hurt people and destroyed buildings west of Hawley. This storm doesn't have a tornado down this minute, but it may develop a new tornado at any time, and it is riding its behind down 277. I'm not saying this in an alarming tone to scare people, but the fact is, this thing could be a significant problem. We had old tornado dissipate just southwest of Hawley. We have a new circulation trying to ramp up now. It's going to be approaching County Road 428 and County Road 509. We had the injuries reported off County Road 458, a couple miles north. So again, this is the feed. I'm going to have to reset this program probably. Again, this is just the last half hour. This storm slowly moving southeast. You can see that hook echo gone, and now the storm is entering a reorganization phase where it's moving southeast. So again, we've had multiple structures hit west of Hawley. We have injuries. In fact, there are some storm chasers that literally just picked up some of the injured and they're driving them to the hospital. So again, west of Hawley, barely, we've got structures hit with injuries. This storm is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour and will be in the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. The city of Impact, just north of Interstate 20, where 83 and whatever split by 7:55. This thunderstorm does not have a tornado this second. This thunderstorm could produce another tornado at any time, just like the one it produced west of Hawley. This storm will be in the city of Abilene by 8 p.m. Even if there is no tornado, this thunderstorm may produce baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds and flooding. And that's all in addition to and regardless of any sort of tornado. Okay? So let's look out. Again, we're not missing anything else. These other storms are not tornadic. They're capable of hail, wind, heavy rain. No tornadoes with them right now. We're focusing on the most life-threatening storm, and that's the one that just produced a destructive tornado just west of Hawley that has resulted in structures hit and injuries. Okay, so it's a serious storm. We need to be very mindful of that, and we're going to treat it with the respect it deserves. All right, those of you who have watched us for a long time or years know I will be jovial, I will be joking, I'll be throwing out funny knick-knack terms to the wazoo. This is not one of those times. This is a situation we're going to take this seriously, and you better too. I get most folks like going outside and looking for this thing, and look, if you're in Abilene and you want to do that, be my guest. I can't control what you do, but understand, if you look outside and you see a tornado, and it doesn't look like it's moving, it's coming right for you, and you better be in a safe location. But regardless, y'all need to be in a safe place. I don't want you going outside looking for this, especially when it is about to be right on you. Now, Abilene, yeah, you've probably got 15 to 20 minutes. If you want to go outside and look north, go for it. But again, at this point, there's no tornado down that we know of. It is a severe storm with a wall cloud capable of producing a tornado, again, damaging winds, big hail. Now, let me show you the velocity again. Let's talk about what's going on. Again, we still have a bit of a circulation being detected in the low levels, nothing like we had a few minutes ago with that tornado just southwest of Hawley. That lines up with that appendage right there. That might be the old circulation starting to wind down, or it might be the start of a new one. Regardless, this is going to be coming up on County Road 428, east of County Road 493, west of County Road 509. This is moving southeast towards the city of Abilene. This is currently, realistically, 6 miles northwest of the city of Abilene, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Here's Adam's feed. He's looking at this storm. He does not have a visual of a tornado right now, but notice, this thing is still rotating. This whole mass here, this could tighten up like a ballerina or a skater bringing their arms in, and that could result in the tornado genesis process occurring once again. That's what a cyclic tornadic supercell does. Well, we know why Steven's stream went out for a minute. Apparently, in his rush, the last image you see there of the radar screen.
Thunderstorm wind damage. Reported by public. Additional information, property damage reported southwest of Hawley on FM 605.
Okay, so again, apparently the reason you don't see Steven's stream is because that radar image you see, that was about a second before the phone flew out the window onto the side of a road, so he had to go back and find it. Adam's stream, on the other hand, continues to show the thunderstorm. Again, I assume he's on 277, probably looking now southeast of Hawley. You can see, again, this area of rotation, possibly rain-wrapped. I don't think we have a tornado down this second. Oh, but it's getting stronger again, I think. Yeah, we're starting to see that circulation perk back up again now. So again, we could have another tornado develop at any time, and this is only 6 miles northwest of Abilene. Those of you in Ty, those of you in Abilene, those of you in Impact, south of Hawley, need to be in a safe place northeast of Merkel. And you can see Adam's using his magical super-duper finger there to show you what is going on. Adam, you get a cookie for that visual description. Thank you. You can see he's describing this is your new area of rotation. Notice all this is flowing into it. If we have a new tornado develop, it's probably going to be in this general area here. And again, I don't know what you fools on Highway 277 think you're doing driving through the middle of a tornado warning. Not only a tornado warning, but a storm that just produced a significant tornado. But you are morons. Don't be going driving up into a tornado. Come on now. I mean, look, there's probably softball-sized hail falling on 277 around Hawley. Y'all have no freaking business driving on that highway right now. Look at all these people. Come on, folks. This is why common sense is dead to the world. I mean, literally, look, folks, you could have a tornado back in this rain over here, and you probably wouldn't know it. So this is how people get lofted and thrown and hurt. I mean, we all have cell phones. Our phones go chirp-a-chirp-chirp-a-derp for tornado warnings, and you still got fools driving up into the thing. This is why no matter how much warning we give, how much advice we give, people are still going to find a way to get themselves killed in tornadoes. And that's their choice, mind you. This is a free country. I can't do a thing about it, but at the same time, if you want to be a fool and drive into a tornado because you're in too much of a rush to do something, that's on you. But again, it is 7:42 p.m. We've got a severe thunderstorm now capable of producing a tornado halfway between Hawley and the city of Abilene. This possible tornado, again, could develop at any time. This storm is capable of producing a tornado, again, at any time. I'm going to get some roads on here for you, hopefully. Okay, so this is crossing over County Road 428. This is FM 2404. This is Highway 277. This is I-20. And then you're in the city of Abilene. And again, this could put a tornado down at any time. Please do not let the fact it doesn't have one now deceive y'all in Abilene into thinking this threat is over. It does not take long for tornado genesis to occur, as you saw moments ago. And this thunderstorm, if it is able to reorganize, could put another tornado down at some point without much lead time. And again, we're going to have to watch some of these showers moving up into the parent updraft of this thing, because that could help jumpstart the next tornado genesis process. But for now, we do not have a tornado down. That could change quickly. A tornado warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. Will probably be extended past 8 p.m. At 7:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes At this point, this storm is now, let's just say it's about 3 to 4 miles southeast of Hawley. Southeast of Hawley, moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. So again, this thing's only moving 10 to 15. Out of respect for the fact this thing's got attitude, I'm going to draw a storm track south. I'm going to say 12. So if I'm off by 3 miles an hour either way, it'll probably be okay. City of Abilene, if it's only moving at 10 to 12, it's going to be closer to 8:15, but I think it's probably moving closer to 15 miles an hour, so I'm just going to draw it like that, give you all a timeline. And again, we have no confirmed tornado right now, but that doesn't mean this couldn't try to drop another one. That being said, hail is going to be an issue, damaging winds are going to be an issue, heavy rain is going to be an issue. Let me go ahead and again draw this. At 15, impact about 8:10, Abilene about 8:20. So again, yes, it slowed down a bit. Abilene, that means you've got some more time, but we want folks in Abilene to be ready to move to shelter as this storm gets closer. In fact, if you want to go to shelter now, go for it. We'll see how it evolves over the next several minutes. Those of you in impact, north of Ty, northwest of impact south of Hawley, need to be in a safe place. We'd advise no travel on Interstate 20 between Clyde and Merkel. No travel around Abilene. None of that. And again, let's just zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything. We've got a severe storm. This one south or east of Stamford. We're going to have to watch. That's a supercell moving very slowly southeast over very rural portions. This is staying well northeast of Highway 6, north of Looters, northeast of Avoca, well east of Stamford. Hail core probably 15 miles northeast of Stamford. If we had a circulation develop there in that little hook, that'd be about 10 miles east of Stamford. Right on FM 142, about 10 miles east of Stamford. This storm is only moving southeast very slowly. Probably hail rain will be passing over Fort Griffin. And the circulation, if we have one develop, would probably honestly move towards the city of Albany. But again, this is only moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. Albany, if this somehow makes it to you, again, it wouldn't be for probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's how slow this thing's moving. Let's make sure we're not missing anything else. Let's zoom out. We're going to go to the statewide view. We're going to take a look at what we've had going on the last 2 hours. Again, we've got scattered severe thunderstorms in portions of the eastern Concho Valley, the Big Country, and northwest Texas. We've got a storm over Seymour, up towards Vera, moving northeast. That storm could have maybe some dime to nickel size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Moving northeast towards Maybell. Eventually, it may make it up to 287 around Vernon to Okalawin to Electra, maybe. Farther southwest, Supercell 10 miles east of Stamford on FM 142. Hail core extends almost up to Highway 380, halfway between Throckmorton and Haskell. We've got storms from Old Glory to Sagerton, back southwest to just northwest of Hamlin developing. Those may have hail. We've got a supercell on Highway 277, moving southeast towards Abilene. Baseball to softball size hail. The potential for another tornado to develop before this storm reaches Abilene. But even if we don't get a tornado, this storm could produce baseball to softball size hail in the city of Abilene. I don't think we have a tornado down right now, but there is still indications this thing's spinning like a top aloft. And we're going to be very mindful of that. We've got chasers. You can see Adam out there doing whatever Adam does. And then east of San Angelo, along Highway 87 from Eden to Melvin to almost to Brady at this point.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell, Shackelford, and Throckmorton County in Texas.
Those storms are moving southeast. Those could be golf ball to baseball size hail places like Eden, Melvin, and Brady over the next 1 hour. We have no indications of tornado issues with these storms anymore at this point. These storms capable of producing large hail, localized damaging winds. Should stay west of San Saba, but again, Brady, y'all may get in on some of this heavy rain and hail. quarter to maybe tennis balls. The hail core really doesn't look as impressive as it did. We've got storms around Junction on Interstate 10. They're just slowly meandering around in the presence of weak upper level wind shear. That storm, not severe anymore. We just got a report of baseball-sized hail on Highway 277 in Hawley. So again, this storm moving towards Abilene, even if this doesn't stay tornadic, is got baseball to softball size hail with it. It's moving southeast to 10 miles an hour. This thing's got more attitude than whatever your favorite idiom wants to be. I'm not making idioms right now. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning for northwestern Callahan, southeastern Jones, northeastern Taylor counties. A severe thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes is located County Road 428 and Highway 277. This thing is barely moving southeast right now, only at about 10 miles an hour, it seems. You can see we don't have any super bright green, blues against bright pinks and yellows, but this storm is still rotating, and this thing's still dropping baseballs on 277 around Hawley. We're watching Adam's feed. You can see we have right to left motion here. Nothing that indicates violent rotation at this point. But again, this storm may not be done, and we need to be mindful of that. Here's something I want to show you, and a reason I'm suspicious. First off, notice we don't have any sort of outflow boundaries being pushed out from this, which would indicate that this storm has kind of, for the lack of a better term, defecated the bed and shot out outflow, which would cut off the low-level circulation or circulations. Two, I'm worried because notice we have a shower being ingested into the hook region of this right now. Like earlier, that may jumpstart a low-level circulation again and increase the potential for a tornado. And notice we're starting to see kind of a hook develop again. You can see Adam running around. I hope he didn't just get nailed on the head with hail, but if he did, well, ouchies. Back to the radar we go, since, it would help if I showed you what I was talking about. Again, my apologies. Notice that we don't have any lines, no outflow being shot out from this storm, meaning it's still surface-based, it's still ingesting warm, unstable air. Two, I'm worried that this little shower, updraft, being ingested into the updraft region of our parent supercell, aka the hook, may help jumpstart another low-level circulation. And in fact, you can see as this is happening, we're starting to see a little hook try to form back out. Even if this doesn't throw another tornado down, this is probably going to start throwing out hurricane force winds on the backside of this circulation. So again, those of you in impact tie the city of Abilene, the potential for destructive hail, the potential for damaging straight line winds, and a tornado will arrive in town from the northwest in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Storm slowed down for a while, but it may also be trying to speed back up. You can see it's probably moving 10, maybe 15 miles an hour. Literally, this is a 30-minute loop. This thing's moved like 5 miles, if that. So, I mean, that's not great for those of you southwest of Hawley. It's not great for the folks on County Road 605, FM 605 west of Hawley that just got hit by a tornado and then probably had baseball-sized hail fall on you. But again, it's been an active day, and I'll be honest, it's been more active than I thought it was going to be in the spinny doom department. I didn't expect that storm down the Concho Valley to go tornadic. That was a little as much as it did, and this thing, that was a strong tornado. It may not have been, half-mile wide tornado, but y'all saw the violence of the rotating vortex there. How quickly those little vortex, they were dancing around. I can't use vortices because I'm pretty sure meteorologist Trey Green was going to come at me with a mallet. But you saw those dancing around, those multiple vortex behaviors just quickly dancing around. You saw how at times the tornado was literally digging through fields, lofting dirt. And then we had debris being lofted hundreds of feet in the air. Based on the reports we have now, I'm afraid those were parts of homes and buildings west of Hawley, especially near FM, I believe it again was 606. Let me make sure. F605. But again, you can see Adam's keeping a close eye on this storm. We don't have any tornadoes with it right now. He's just watching. In fact, he's probably getting pelted by hail. And again, if this thing is done producing tornadoes, we are all okay with that, but we cannot make that call right now. In fact, you can see, truthfully, this thing's getting more organized again. On FM 204, probably a mile south of County Road 428. Notice the hail core is increasing. Notice how the hail indicator here has gone from 1 inch to 2 inch. It's up to 3 inches on my screen, and it doesn't matter what the radar thinks. There's been baseballs with this for the last half hour to hour. Notice as I zoom in here, I'm going to pause this. I'm going to show you the velocity. We're starting to see a bit of a signature develop again. It's weak, but we're also looking fairly low right here near FM 2404, just west of Highway 277. Notice that's where we have that little appendage trying to build, and that's also where we just had a shower/developing storm ingest into the circulation. That may be in the process of trying to jumpstart this low-level circulation again. Regardless, we got probably baseball to softball size hail falling on 277. We got a bunch of vehicles traveling here that really shouldn't be traveling here, but again, if y'all want to go get lofted by a tornado or have softballs obliterate your vehicle, that's up to you. We'd advise no travel on 277 between the city of Abilene and Anson. We'd advise no travel on Interstate 20 between Merkel and Clyde until this storm moves south of the interstate, and it may be at least an hour based on how slow this thing's moving. Again, this storm moving southeast at 10 to 15 miles an hour. City of Abilene, it's coming for you. You're going to get hail and wind, or you're going to get hail, wind, and a tornado. We're starting to see indications this is trying to spin up another low-level circulation. Again, I don't want you to think, when I say low-level circulation, I don't want you to think I'm talking about what we just had happen. That was a strong tornado. If I think we're about to have a strong tornado, I will tell you. At this point, we are not seeing indications of that. What we're seeing are indications that this thing is trying to at least organize back into low levels. So those of you in Abilene, Impact, you need to be in a safe place. So we'll get a visual again here shortly. Adams heading south on 277 to get back in position to be southeast of the circulation. Understood, Jason. Let me know if you want to load that, and you want me to show that again, just let me know when. So again, we've had a significant tornado southwest of Hawley by like a mile. FM 605 has taken a hit. We know of at least one injury, damaged structures. That tornado lifted about 20 minutes ago. This storm is still capable of producing a tornado and is moving southeast at 10 to 15 miles an hour towards the city of Abilene. Those of you in Abilene, you're going to need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'll put a storm track on this. And again, the Weather Service thinks this is moving southeast at about 10. I think that's probably realistic based on what's going on now, but I can at least draw 12. Come on, quit being so pain in the butt worthy and let me draw. Now let me do wider than that. I'm trying to get this whole thing. Okay, so again, they think it's moving southeast. I'm at about 10. I'll do 12. Again, Abilene, just because this storm has slowed down, it's still, we're backing this up. Clearly, I said it was going to be in Abilene by 8. It's still sitting northwest of Interstate 20 by about 2 to 4 miles. Adam's got a new view of the developing wall cloud now, northwest of Impact. You can see this storm, again, still moving right towards the city of Abilene, and it is trying to become more organized again. Now, is it going to produce another tornado? I can't say that for sure. It may not, but the potential is certainly there. There's nothing southeast of this storm. Notice there's nothing down here. This storm has all the warm, unstable air at once. Notice on the latest scan, that hook is coming back. So again, this could be problematic. And again, we're going to have to watch carefully. In fact, here, let me do this. I'm going to turn off a feature we keep on here just to make y'all happy, smoothing. This is actually how weather data typically looks, and it allows for more detail. Notice right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
Okay, so again, that's just the tornado warning for Abilene goes from till 8:45 now. What we're looking at here is to see if we have a new circulation develop. Okay, let me turn on the smoothing again to make it look all pretty and cute. There you go. Again, a little bit of a circulation trying to develop now near County Road 499 in Abilene. Let's look at Adams' feed. Let's see what we've got. Oh, yeah, I don't like that. You see how much motion that has? I don't know if that's actual rotation or just motion in the cloud base, but look how quickly those clouds are moving from right to left. Yeah, we're going to have to see. This may get ready to put down another tornado here soon. You can see how quickly that's trying to organize. And again, this is all unstable warm air being sucked up into this thunderstorm. So we definitely have increasing rotation again with this thunderstorm now approaching pretty much the northwestern sides of the city of Abilene. Notice Adam is in the city of Abilene in the Buck Creek area, looking northwest in this circulation that is between FM 2404 back southwest to County Road 499. This is moving southeast. So again, this thing is trying to put another tornado down, meaning those of you in Abilene, impact to tie. You need to be in a safe place. I hope DPS has shut I-20 down between Elmdale, Clyde to Merkel. We want no one on I-20 right now, especially as this storm crosses. You'd have the because this storm's moving from northwest to southeast, the tornado would hit first and then the hail. Not the other way around this time. But again, you can see this storm showing plenty of low-level motion with it now. The potential for a tornado increasing. Here's the latest reflectivity scan. And again, you can see that hook is back. And that's not good. So again, Spaghetti-O, this thing's trying to do some mischievous behavior. Now, if we can get away with this just having, 70 to 90 mile an hour RFD winds and hail, okay. But we could have a tornado too. And I say okay comparatively. We're kind of going for the best case scenario here. I realize that would be nothing happening, but I don't think that's an option with this thunderstorm at the moment. It's dropping baseballs to softballs. It's dropping wind, and the potential for a tornado is increasing now. Just northwest of Abilene, approaching Interstate 20, County Road 497, County Road 499. This is going to be coming up to North Arnold Boulevard, Highway 80, Marigold Street, Hayter Road,
severe thunderstorm
County Road 494,
County in Texas.
Fulweiler Road. And again, that motion's increasing. The potential for a tornado in the next few minutes is increasing. We need folks in Abilene, especially the west sides of Abilene, to be in a safe place. As this storm moves southeast, you can see the hooks coming back. We've got rotation increasing now with velocity data. This thing may attempt to put another tornado down in the next few minutes as it moves southeast over Interstate 20 towards North Arnold Boulevard, Fulweiler Street, Bumpergate Road, Highway 80, Arnold Boulevard, Military Drive, South 7th, Hartford Street, Shady Brook Circle, Texas Avenue. And again, I'm just listing some cities out here on the west side of town. You get your butt into shelter. If the tornado goes down or the circulation goes to the west side of Abilene, center and east sides of Abilene are going to be getting softball-size hail. Back to Adam's screen full. Again, you can see all these clouds flowing into the circulation. Clearly, I have the drawing skills of a toddler. I shouldn't insult that. I shouldn't insult Jason's 8 to 8-year-old daughter. She probably has better drawing skills than me. So again, all right, press that, press that, press that. Make sure we're good. Let's go over what we've had happen. Funnel. Yeah, folks, this thing's about to try to put a tornado down. Radar, I'll show you here. We're going to get an update. We've got a strong hook echo developing. We've got a velocity signature developing once again, just like we had happen right before the Hawley tornado dropped. Let me show you here. Let me clear off the... I'm going to turn smoothing off again, just so y'all can see what I'm looking at. This little appendage here. Right? Oops. Let me switch this back over to the radar I need. And again, we have no other tornado warnings. Let's make that clear. I'm focusing on the most life-threatening storm, and that's this son of a gun about to move in the city of Abilene. Here's your velocity data. We're seeing increasing velocities now around County Road 499, Interstate 20. That's going to be moving over Interstate 20 very near North Arnold Boulevard into the city of Abilene the next few minutes, crossing over Interstate 20. Again, y'all need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Abilene, we gave you almost an hour warning, but if for some reason y'all in Abilene are just popping on here because it's social media, y'all need to be in a safe place, okay? That is not good. You see how that hook is starting to reach out? It's trying to wrap around. Oh, I messed up the GIS files. Hold on. That's Interstate 20, North Arnold Road. And if something happens and something comes down, we're going to know real quick because we've got storm chasers there, including Stephen Jones, Adam Lucio. We don't see anything this second, but that doesn't mean this may not try to spin up something. Okay? Let that load. There we go. Back to Abilene. And again, we have other storms in the state. Could have quarter to baseball size hail, winds to 70, heavy rain. This is the one that could have a tornado down. Back to the radar we go. And again, you can see how that hook is starting to wrap again. We've got a gate-to-gate circulation developing. This is going to be near North Arnold Road, Interstate 20. It's going to be Hayter Road. Hayter Road, Interstate 20, North Arnold Road, the west sides of Abilene. It's going to move into the west sides of Abilene. This is an urgent call to action. Those of you on the Winters Freeway, west side of Abilene, those of you along Dubwright Boulevard, those of you along North Arnold Boulevard or Arnold Boulevard, be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible now. If you're in a trailer or a mobile home, you should have gotten out 50 minutes ago when you got that warning. But get somewhere where it's safe, or if you don't have time, just get out of the trailer and go get in a ditch. You're better off in a ditch than you are in a mobile home or trailer if we get a tornado hit on it. It's great affordable living, they just don't do tornadoes well. So again, we don't have a confirmed report of a tornado yet, but this thing's really trying to drop one right now on Interstate 20 and North Arnold Boulevard. Here's the latest velocity scan. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 50. Winds moving away from the radar about 15, so 65 mile an hour. You can see that hook appendage right there. You can see the hail core about to enter the north sides of Abilene. It's going to be baseball size hail to softball size hail, moving southeast at 10. This storm is crawling. It's not running, it is walking. Those of you in the west sides of Abilene, you're at highest risk of a tornado in the next several minutes if we get one to develop. We know we've got a hailer moving over Highway 377 from Winchell to Mercury to Placid, down to just northwest of Rochelle. There could be golf ball size hail with that. We've got a thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail over Millersview. That could be an issue for areas just northeast of Eden to Melvin. We've got a storm intensifying southwest of Junction. That may bring hail to Junction over the next hour. We've got the severe storm capable of producing a tornado in the northwest sides of Abilene. We've got a thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, showing some increasing rotation now about, that's not right, stand by, about 20 miles west of Fort Griffin or 20 miles northwest of Albany. That storm is moving southeast towards the city of Albany at only 10 miles an hour, so it wouldn't be there for probably until 9:30 p.m. if it survived. But again, we'll watch that. Northwest, we got a hailer crossing over Highway 83 south of Aspermont. That could have golf balls. Moving east, northeast slowly, like 15 miles an hour. Northwest, we got storms in northwest Texas. North of 82, 114 now, between Seymour and Benjamin. That storm is moving northeast towards portions south of Vernon. That's going to be moving into southern Wilburger County, rural areas. All right. Back to Abilene we go. And again, this thing, if we don't get a tornado out of it, good. But this thing's dropping baseball to softball size hail. That's about to move into north sides of Abilene and impact. And because of how slow it's going, y'all could get baseballs if it ends up right on top of you for 20 to 30 minutes. We'll take a look at Adam Lucio's stream. He's in Abilene. He is moving to get a position. Look at this. The good news is, at least from this vantage point, we don't have a tornado down right now. But I also don't know if he's looking at the specific portion of the storm we'd be concerned about a tornado. Regardless, hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully this isn't able to organize. And hopefully we won't have any sort of tornado issues in the city of Abilene. But again, a tornado warning does continue for the city of Abilene until 8:45 p.m. This thunderstorm has a history of producing a tornado near... it had multiple tornadoes southwest of Anson, west of Anson earlier. We had a tornado literally just west of Hawley on FM 605. That hit things, unfortunately. And you can see now this circulation is trying to really spin up over Arnold Boulevard and Highway 80 in the city of Abilene. Those of you in Abilene, this storm's moving southeast at like 10 miles an hour. It's walking itself. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes with it right now. That's the good news, but if it spins up real quick, we're going to have a big problem on the west sides of the city of Abilene. Again, this is going to be Arnold Boulevard. I'm going to just start putting roads on here. All right, and this is mainly for my reference. Come on. This thing's kind of tricky at times. All right. It'll be coming up towards Hartford Street, Quail Run Street, Texas Avenue, Corsicana Avenue, crossing over Highway 80 right now. The which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see there. Now, this is not a violent circulation. This is not something that makes me scream, uh-oh, but it's there, it's present, and it may try to spin up. It's riding right down Arnold Boulevard right now. It's going to be passing just east of Dyess Air Force Base. Those at the Dyess Air Force Base probably could look east and see this thing. All right, let's go back to Adam's shot. He is looking at it. And again, there's motion. You can see this is moving from left to right. This part would be moving from right to left. So again, it's got a rotating wall cloud. We've got a storm capable of producing a tornado. Will it actually produce another tornado? I can't say that for sure, but it's close enough where we need to take it seriously based on what it is already done. So that's what we're doing. This is now in the city of Abilene. The hail core is still on 277 and 83 from the 83 split just north of town. That hail core will be moving into Abilene impact shortly, especially the eastern half of Abilene. You're going to get the hail. And those of you on the west sides of Abilene, you may get some hail, but you're also at risk from a tornado if we get one to develop. Again, back to Adam's shot. Tornado, if it develops, likely near Arnold Boulevard, Highway 80, down to Hartford Street, South 7th Street, Hawk Circle. We don't have a tornado right now. We have a rotating wall cloud that could put a tornado down at any time. And we're carefully monitoring this. But again, if this drops a tornado, it may be one in the city of Abilene. So that's why we're treating this seriously, based on the strong tornado it put down west of Hawley. It doesn't have the same structure as it did earlier, which is good. But we still need to be mindful of the fact this storm could try to do something. All right, I'm going to put the loop back on. I'm going to load the radar. I'm going to turn off that. And I'm just going to loop this, and I'm going to look at some data. I'm going to look at the radar VWP. I want to see what our low-level shear profiles are doing around here. Okay, 0 to 500 meter storm relative helicity, 71 meters squared. 0 to 1, 100. 0 to 3, 214. So the low-level wind shear is not explicitly strong here. But clearly it's enough to at least have some tornado threat when everything comes together. Here you can see Adam's trying to look back into the storm. A lot of rain. This is all rain. This is hail. Scary looking clouds galore. You could see how that hook wrapped out for a second right after that shower was ingested. And now that low-level circulation not looking as strong, which is good news. But the hail? Oh, there's hail. And this could still produce at least a spin-up tornado. But again, the potential for this to produce a tornado on the west sides of Abilene. Hail coming in from the north sides of Abilene. You can see the hail marker on this is now up to 4 inches. And it was 2 inches when we had baseballs southeast of Hawley. Hawley, yeah, whatever. So those of you in impact, northeast sides of Abilene, you may get it on the baseballs here shortly. If we have a circulation develop, it may be on the northwest sides of Abilene. What you need to watch for and see is if this is going to try to develop a circulation back over I-20 near impact versus this little appendage back southwest over Arnold Boulevard in Abilene. That's what has me curious here. But again, we have no reports of a tornado down this second, which is good. This thing's dropping big hail, strong winds, could still put a tornado down at any time, though. You can see Adam's got a visual on the storm. It's definitely got a spooky look to it. And this thing still has a very strong mid-level mesocyclone. But I honestly... And Jason, let me know what you think. I'm wondering if we're going to see a circulation actually develop back closer to 20 with this. I can't help but think that's where it may try to develop back up towards I-20. I'm wondering if this is just some sort of a flanking line down here into West Abilene, because we're not seeing much rotation with that. But if we had something of substance develop, I think it'd be closer to the precip core up towards Abilene, or north sides of Abilene impact. We'll see, honestly. I'm just speculating here because, well, I'm Baldy in Chief. I speculate from time to time. So again, those of you in Abilene, you've got a supercell capable of producing softball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and perhaps a tornado. We haven't had a tornado in a good 30 minutes now, at least. And that's the good thing, but we can't rule out this trying to put a tornado down again at some point. It's generally continuing to move southeast. At about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, I beg to say that storm is getting a little bit undercut there.
I agree.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown, Coleman, Mason, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
All right, let's go back south while we have a minute. Take a look at what's going on down here. You can see that severe storm approaching, well, areas northeast of Brady. Looks like it's going to stay northeast of Brady. It's going to be moving southeast at about, well, they've got it moving southeast at 25. And again, if you're southeast of Brady, or northeast of Brady, near Placid to Rochelle, you're probably getting some very large hail. We note this storm does have a hook echo, a little bit of a low-level circulation, nothing that screams, uh-oh, Spaghetti-O potential this second, but it's a supercell, it's rotating, it has very large hail. We've got a storm on 377 just southwest of Junction, that could have hail with it, and let's just get back to Abilene. And again, what meteorologist Jason Cooley by undercut means, we think this storm may have shot out some outflow that cut off its low-level circulation, reducing the potential of a tornado. Not eliminating, but reducing. Hopefully that's the case. If so, this thing still has quite a bit of hail. You can see the radar estimates. This thing's moving 5 miles an hour towards Abilene and is dropping softball-sized hail. We've had reports of that kind of hail, so... That is a weird evolution, though. I mean, not really a tornadic look, I don't think, but that appendage going all the way down to 277 now, while the precip core is still sitting north up on I-20, up even north of I-20. That's a very interesting look. We'll see what that does. I mean, we're not seeing strong low-level rotation with that. Let me look up, though. We're going to do real quick, and if I see anything, I'll show you. You'd see the strong mid-level rotation with this thunderstorm is still back up over I-20. So as we're looking up at tilts here, we're looking higher and higher up. So yeah, looking up, let me show you the altitude I'm looking at here. We're looking at 7,000 feet. If we had a circulation, you'd think it'd be right over I-20 and North Danville Boulevard. Pretty much 83 and 20. And again, that's 7,000 feet. When you look down at the surface, okay, so that's back down. Yeah, we're starting to see some reorganization now, I think. That hook ecothenny that was extending southwest, that might have just been some outflow or a flanking line, but the circulation itself, if we have one redevelop, might be closer again to Interstate 20, the north side of Abilene. So those of you in Abilene, we're going to want you to stay in a safe place as this storm moves in. Even if we don't have a tornado develop here, the potential will exist for softball-sized hail driven by strong north winds. And that in itself is quite dangerous and damaging. It's 8:19 p.m. and again, looking out here, I'll just turn on the loop across the state. Stand by. We'll press some buttons. Zoom in so you can actually see what's going on. We've got some storms moving northeast, like this storm that is way up northwest of Seymour. That's moving northeast towards Vernon and Electra with some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. We've got the storms in the big country generally now moving southeast at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. We've got a severe storm southwest of Winchell approaching Placid and Rochelle, northeast of Brady. That's moving south-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We've got a storm near Junction that's starting to move southeast at like 5 miles an hour. So again, these are, when we say splitting supercells, this is what we mean. Some storms are going to be moving northeast, some storms are going to be moving southeast, and it's those southeastward movers you really have to watch for the potential of all modes of severe weather at times. Based on what happened, I think those storms from Anson to Abilene, and then earlier southeast of Ballinger, hit a pocket of low-level instability. It's called 0 to 3 kilometer Cape. A heightened area of that helped the low-level circulation's vorticity stretch, thus allowing for tornadogenesis to occur. This storm near Abilene, since our tornado west of Hawley, has not done that again. That's not to say it can't, but it hasn't. Will it? We're going to have to see. But, I mean, at this point, we're doing better in the fact at least we haven't had tornadoes again. That's not to say this can't put a tornado down in the city of Abilene. A tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. At 8:09, well, whatever. This storm's moving southeast at 10 miles an hour, north sides of Abilene. We got hail moving in to the north sides of Abilene now. Probably some strong winds. Not seeing indications of strong low-level rotation at this point.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho, Mason, McCulloch, and Menard County in Texas.
But what I'm going to...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, and Wilbarger County in Texas.
What I'm going to do is we're going to look up an altitude, and I'll show you the altitude in a second. Now, we're seeing some stronger winds aloft. Again, this is about 5,000 feet, the mid-level mesocyclone. I mean, still low level, but again, we're having to go up to about 4,000 to 5,000 feet, where this storm is still strongly rotating, but the question is, will that circulation be able to lower itself back to the surface and then become a tornado? That's the main question here. Regardless, this is an intense thunderstorm capable of producing softball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, flooding because it's moving at like 5 to 10 miles an hour, and I can't rule out another spin-up tornado. But for now, again, we haven't had any reports of a tornado recently. The storm is certainly rotating, but at this point, no tornadoes recently. It's got hail, it's got wind. Oh, and now flooding because it's moving at 5 miles an hour.
Has been issued for Callahan, Jones, and Taylor County in Texas.
So y'all's phones down there are going chirp-a-derp again because of a flash flood warning. And here, I'm just gonna, and again, we've got other storms we're dealing with. They've got hail, they've got wind, but we're focusing on this one in Abilene that has the potential of a tornado to develop with it at some point. And clearly, I want to recognize the... Okay, I'll drink caffeine.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kimball County in Texas.
I want to recognize here the rhetoric. The tone of urgency has clearly diminished here. It's not gone, but it's diminished. Like earlier, I was using the whole scary voice of doom thing. This storm could still drop a tornado. If it does, it's going to be very near Abilene. But for now, hail, wind seems to be the big issue. That could change. But it seems like the low-level circulation, it just isn't able to reestablish itself again, which would be a good thing. Now, could that change? Yes. Are we watching for that? Yes. But this may just be a big wind and hail maker for Abilene. Nevertheless, a tornado warning is in effect, and those of you, especially on the northeast sides of Abilene, should still be in shelter, even if there's not a tornado. We're going to have wind-driven baseball to softball size hail. We'll take a look back at Adam's view. Again, Adam's looking at this thunderstorm. This is the base of the thunderstorm. You can see this whole thing is rotating, which is fine if that's all it does. If it wants to spin itself aloft, that's fine. It's when we start seeing little danger noodles drop out of it that we have problems. And you can see this is all got motion in it. This is the base of that thunderstorm. You've got winds moving up and being lifted, ingested up 50,000 feet. But again, this... What?
A new tornado warning has been issued for Shackelford County in Texas.
Why? Seriously, why? Why are we doing this? Stop it. I don't want to. Big sad. Okay, so again, we've got a tornado warning now. This is going to be for western Shackelford County in the Big Country. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near the Big Country Baptist Assembly or northeast of Looters by 5 miles. It's moving southeast at 10 miles an hour. I guess a spotter reported a funnel cloud. So we've got a report of a funnel cloud with this, so we got a tornado warning. This tornado warning does not include the city of Looters. This will stay east of Looters. It doesn't include Albany because, well, it's still way far northwest of Albany, relatively. This storm's moving at 10 miles an hour. Circulation itself is about 17 miles northwest of Albany. If the storm was moving southeast at 30, that'd be a problem. But for Albany, it's moving at 10, which means it would still not get to Albany until like 10 p.m. So again, this is over rural portions of western Shackelford, County in the Big Country. Let's go take a look at our stormies farther south. Again, Abilene, you've got hail. Northeast side of town. If we have a circulation develop, again, I should probably show you the radar. Real quick, here's the tornado warning. Northwest of Albany, northeast of Looters. Back south, tornado warning for this storm in Abilene. Circulation, if one develops, would be northeast side of town. We're keeping an eye on it from Adam. He is glancing around like a Christmas tree, and we don't see any danger noodles. But we'll be watching carefully. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, but strong winds and hail will continue to be the issue with that. That thing's moving southeast at like 5 to 10 miles an hour. Back into the Concho Valley and Hill Country we go. Let's take a look. We've got severe storms now. A little cluster that's materialized from east of Eden to Melvin to north of Brady. Now that we have a cluster, I can actually use the magical super-duper awesome blossom tracker of life. In other words, I'm going to draw a line. It's going to tell us a timeline and hopefully give y'all some situational awareness. We'll see how this goes. I'm just going to do this. Moving southeast at 30. So if this is actually moving southeast at 30 now versus slower, it'll be in Brady at about 8:45. Mason, 9:30 to 9:35. Lano about 9:50, northwest of Fredericksburg by 10:30. If it's moving slower, well, it's not going to arrive as soon as that. You can see Adam doing some repositioning. Again, we have, and oh yeah, there's a severe storm just southwest of Junction with hail. Moving slowly southeast. That may be an issue for Interstate 10. Southeast of Junction, northwest of Ingram and Kerrville. All right, so let's take a quick look at these two tornado-warned storms. We'll take a look at the Northwest Texas storm, then we'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight to try to give you all an estimate on the timing elements for all of this. Again, severe storm. Northeast sides of Abilene. Hey, radar, you want to load sometime today, or do you just want me to sit here and pick my nose? Thank you. This storm, I mean, honestly, it almost looks like it's moving east. It literally, when we had a cell merger occur, or a cell ingestation, whatever you want to call it, I don't know, maybe the storm's pregnant. Here, we'll just loop it. You can see, it's definitely moving more east-southeast now, which is going to spare most of Abilene. Northeast sides of Abilene, you're under the threat still, but at this point, this thing might be moving more towards Clyde and the northeast sides of Abilene than, you know, Ty and the west half of Abilene. We're not seeing any strong low-level rotation with this right now. I mean, yes, this thing's rotating. It's got rotation aloft, but it's not in the lowest few thousand feet. This thing's has been pushing out wind. This thing's been pushing out rain and hail. But for now, Abilene, at least the southwest half of the city, you're doing okay. Northeast half of the city, again, if this did tighten up, it could produce a quick, brief tornado in the northeast sides of Abilene. But for now, I mean, we're doing as well as we could hope. This storm could still have large hail northeast of Abilene, though it has shown some downtrend recently. They did put a tornado warning for western Sheffield County for this storm. Had a report of a funnel cloud about 6 miles northeast of Luders, 15 miles northwest of Albany, moving southeast at 10. We've got a severe storm east of Aspermont on Highway 380, moving northeast at 20. That's going to stay west of rural over rural portions of eastern Stonewall County. There could be golf ball size hailstorm winds with that. Farther north, we're seeing a little uptick in these storms in northwest Texas. We've got a severe storm now with quarter-size hail, some strong winds. Let's see where the Weather Service has this little guy at. Near 12 miles southeast of Thalia, moving northeast at 15. Rural portions of eastern Ford, southwestern Wilbarger, northwestern Baylor counties. We've got a storm that'll probably move across Highway 70 between Paducah and Crowell. That could have some hail. Just for fun, look up here. There's some storms north of Oklahoma City to Tulsa on I-44. Nothing too rowdy with that. So again, that's what we've got going on right now. And again, we had tornadoes earlier, west of Hawley, west and southwest of Anson. We streamed those live. But I'm hopeful, based on the trends for the last little while, maybe, well, I say that, maybe not. Starting to see a little bit of an interesting signature. It's very weak for now, but it correlates to what might be a new area of circulation trying to develop. That would be northeast of Abilene. That would be near, oh, that's middle of nowhere, probably. North of County Road 118, or specifically 3 miles northeast of Elmdale, or about 4 miles east of Highway 351 and Interstate 20. If this is the new circulation, this would stay east of the city of Abilene. If you are in Abilene right now, you could probably look north and northeast and see what's going on. I'll say this. If you were along and west of Highway 83 in the city of Abilene, so western half of Abilene, you're done from this. Circulation, if we had one, would be over the east sides of Abilene or east of Abilene proper. Now, this storm is still close by. It's still producing strong wind, but I think Abilene, you're going to be okay from this. We still need to watch the northeast sides of Abilene, though. But if you're on the western half of Abilene, along and west of Highway 83, so just divide Abilene in half, and if you're in the western half out towards Dyess Air Force Base to Ty, you're clear. This storm is east-northeast on the east-northeastern sides of Abilene up Highway 351. Moving, at this point, east-southeast at like 5 to 10 miles an hour. Adam's watching it. Now, is that dust? What is that? Looks like there's a lot of dust being blown about. Well, I'm curious about what is this? You know, I don't see any sort of... That just would indicate strong winds. If there was a tornado there, that would be getting lofted vertically up. But I noticed that, and I just wanted to take a look. I mean, it's scary-looking clouds regardless. That's for sure. It might be outflow dust. And we are seeing a little circulation develop here, northeast of Abilene. Again, that would be coming up towards County Road 103 into far northwestern portions of Callahan County. Let me see if I can't get some road names on here for you. And you can see we have a little appendage there. I mean, this is weak rotation. Okay, so that was outflow dust. Adam's got a good view of the storm. Let's see. Hey, you having a puppy dream? Yeah, you're doing the little yelpies. Yeah, good girl. Are you upset I woke you up from your nap? I'm sorry. Again, this is Highway 351. Circulation, if we had a little circulation, and I mean, we're picking at straws here at this point. That's the kind of thing we're doing. Would be near County Road 103 and Elmdale Road, north of Interstate 20. Oh, we might have shot out an outflow boundary. Looking at my other source here, I'm thinking, looking at this, we might have shot out an outflow boundary. And if that's the case, that might mean the end of our spinny doom issues with that. We'll see. Okay, stop drawing like a toddler. All right, let's go north. We've got another tornado warning. This is in western Sheffield County. Now, this one, there's a bit of rotation there. Middle of nowhere. Closest line here. We'll look back at the super duper spinny thing. That's a pretty image from Adam. Jason, if you want to load that up, I'll take that from him in a second. This possible circulation, again, in the middle of nowhere, western Sheffield County. This would be probably 6 miles northeast of Looters. This would be about 17 miles west-southwest of my beloved Fort Griffin, one of the best places for astrophotography and viewing in the eastern half of the state. I need to go down there again soon. Maybe I'll do that Saturday if nothing's going on Saturday. There'll probably be storms Saturday. What am I saying? Albany, this is about 16 miles to your northwest. Albany, this is going to be moving southeast. They've got to move in southeast at 10. So again, I'll put a time track on it for you, but it's going to make me look like a dum-dum because of how slow it's moving. So again, we'll do this. And again, it's moving southeast at 10. Albany, I would be in town at 10 o'clock in 90 minutes. Yes, it's moving that slowly. Don't you love late spring storms when they move at like 10 miles an hour? Now, what is this little guy doing? I see a little appendage. A little bit of rotation starting up again around Emdale Road and Highway or Interstate 20. All right, we'll switch over. Let's see. Here's Adam's view. Oh, you don't get a view from Adam. We'll just switch to a stream. That's okay. Jason, if you're listening, ignore it. It's fine. You can see Adam's looking at this. Big old whale's mouth with this thing now. It's a thunderstorm. A lot of hail, a lot of wind. Now it's getting dark. It's getting more dangerous to storm chase. Difficult to storm chase. But we need to go down to the Concho Valley now, because we might have a wee bit of an uh-ohs. Starting to see a bit of an appendage develop with this thunderstorm near Melvin. This is a severe storm located near Melvin, east of Eden on Highway 87. A bit of rotation with that. It's not super duper strong, but with that hook echo, it's enough to make me go. We'll keep an eye on that. That storm damaging winds, large hail. We'll keep an eye on it for signs of low-level rotation, but we haven't had a tornado now in, well, at least an hour. So hopefully, that means these storms are hopefully starting to chill out a bit, take a little bit of a Xanax, and move southeast. This storm near Melvin, probably going to be crossing over Highway 190 around 9:30 p.m., just southwest of Brady. Way the storm's moving now, it'll stay just west of Brady as it moves southeast at 20 to 25 miles an hour. But again, if this wraps up at all, we might have them put a tornado warning out for areas west-southwest of Brady. If you're in Melvin right now, you probably would see a ring wrap circulation to west-southwest of you, and you're about to get hit by hail. Brady yourself, you've got another severe storm moving towards Richland Springs. That storm is also showing a wee bit of rotation now, but likely in the form of damaging winds. That's a pretty shot from Adam. You gotta like shots at sunset with stormies, the different shades of white compared to, you know, hail, heavy rain, etc. And then you've got 50,000 feet of thunderstorm cumulus towering above you. So again, Adam is near Abilene, looking towards the severe storm northeast of Abilene. Oh, what a beautiful area. I wouldn't mind living out there. That's a beautiful home. Need some fiber, though. It turns out to run a content creation weather organization, you tend to need some good internet. So I'm not sure if y'all would have that out there unless you have a electric co-op who has decided to combine fiber with their electric provider abilities, which some have. All right, so let's go back north or south. I'm dyslexic, leave me alone. We got a severe storm probably, I'm going to say 8 to 7 to 10 miles south of Junction, moving southeast. This storm could have ping pong ball sized hail. It's going to make a mess of Interstate 10 between Junction and then south to Telegraph. And then it's still, I mean, we're talking about a storm that is 30 miles northwest of Mountain Hope. All right, looks like the Abilene Airport was kind enough to measure some wind for us out of the northwest, which one would expect. All right, City of Abilene, you're clear from this. If you're in Abilene, if you're in Ty, if you're in Potosi, if you are west of Highway 322 in Abilene, you are clear. This storm is to your east, and it's not going to be your problem. So if you're in Abilene, west of Highway 332 and Interstate 20, that includes Highway 83, Highway 84, Highway 277, you are clear. If you were on highway along and east of Highway 36 to Clyde, up 351 northeast of Abilene, I'd encourage you all to remain in a safe place, or at least be ready to jump in the shelter in case something does drop out of this. And we also see large hail damaging winds. A 70-mile-per-hour northwest wind gust at Abilene Regional Airport on the east side of town. So I'll actually turn that METAR on here. Again, this is a wind gust. Northwest wind gust to 70 miles an hour at the Abilene Regional Airport, right there. So again, that's your rear flank downdraft on the backside of the circulation, which has not produced a tornado recently, but is still capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball to baseball size hail. So we got strong northwest winds in the city of Abilene, but we have no hail, we have no wind, or hail, no rain, but wind. So again, Abilene, you're getting northwest winds. You're safe from the tornado. You're safe from the hail. You're safe from, well, at least for now, the rain. You can come out of your shelter. If you are along and west of Highway 36 and along and west of Highway 322, which includes a majority of the population of the city of Abilene. Dyess Air Force Base, you could come out, enjoy your dust storm. Since y'all didn't get rain out of this, you're probably getting dust. I'm sorry. Enjoy the allergies. Back up northeast of Looters. Again, kind of a circulation, kind of not. They had a report of a funnel cloud. At this point, these storms seem to be transitioning over to a wind, rain, hail versus a spinny doom situation. We got storms up here in northwest Texas that have perked up a bit. From east of Paducah to west, north of Crowell to Highway 70 between Crowell and Vernon to south of Vernon. Those storms moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour could have nickel to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 50 to 65 miles an hour, and heavy rain. Again, those could be an issue for places like Quanah, Chillicothe, Vernon the next hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is my prime privilege to tell you the tornado warning has gone. Tornado warning for Abilene, canceled, expired, no more tornado warning. What we have is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail and 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, located over areas just northeast of Abilene. This storm's moving southeast at 15. Could have wind in Potosi, but most likely Clyde to Bayard, down towards Highway 36 and 283 eventually in like an hour. The potential for hail, wind, rain. If this thunderstorm doesn't completely just kick the bucket, which it might, it's weakening. Hopefully it weakens and continues to weaken. All right, let's go out. Since I completely forgot, leave me alone.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ford, Hardeman, and Wilbarga County in Texas.
And that's the storm up here. Moving towards Chillicothe and Vernon with hail and wind and rain. Okay, let's zoom out to the state. Let me show you the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight into tomorrow. I think we're going to be quieter tonight across the state than we were last night. We're going to load this, load this, load this. We're going to press that. We're going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to hit that button too. And what we're going to do is we're going to load the high-res rapid refresh. All right, so what I want to do first is see what this model is showing at 9 o'clock. See, it's missing this stuff around junction. It's doing okay with the rest of the stuff. Whatever. So we're going to load this from 10 o'clock through, we'll just do 1 p.m. tomorrow. I'll even add clouds because, well, clouds. We'll let that load for just a second. And again, this is what the HER thinks the radar will look like at 9 o'clock. Good enough. Again, no more tornado warning for the city of Abilene. Abilene, you're clear. It's still windy as all get out of the northwest, but you're clear from any tornado issues. All right, let's load the model timeline. All right. Again, this is what the HER thinks we're going to be doing. I'll add the timestamp. Hold on. You move too fast. All right. This is what the HER model thinks we're going to be doing, well, tonight and tomorrow. You can see for tonight, it actually thinks we're going to be pretty quiet, isolated to scattered storms at times. And then early tomorrow morning, it brings some storms into northeast Texas, the Arklatex. And then after sunrise, by early afternoon, it's actually got a pretty good cluster of heavy thunderstorms with heavy rain across northeast Texas, east Texas, southeast Texas, and the Brazos Valley, which is exactly where we don't need any more rain. So this would actually be a significant problem in the flood department. We've already got near record major flood waves moving down the San Jacinto into parts of Houston, where we've got houses that have water at the tops of the roof, and this is just going to add more. So this is actually not good at all. Some of those storms may be strong, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but it's going to be the heavy rain that's a problem with that. And actually, what I can do real quick is I'm going to clear everything off here. Well, that's not what I wanted to see. Stand by. That's just for that. Let's do this. Yeah, here's the rain forecast over the next 5 days. Obviously, if the HER's right, we're going to have more water and more rain than this across East Texas. But again, it's going to rain a lot over the next several days across the state. Into Saturday, Sunday, we may have some storms Monday, but this is mainly a weekend thing. Though at least the severe weather threat over the weekend should hopefully be much lower with just, rain. But we'll see. It's May. I don't know if the severe weather risk actually ever goes away in May when there's thunderstorms involved. So, all right, this is what things are looking like now over the last several minutes. We have one tornado warning for a very small portion of northwestern Shackleffield County. I'll be honest, that storm's evaporating. So we should be down to no tornado warnings here by 9 o'clock. No tornado warning for the storm east of Abilene. It's starting to weaken, though it still may have hail. Storms down in the Concho Valley from Melvin to just north of Brady to Placid to Richland Springs could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. North winds up to 70 miles an hour. We got a severe storm around Junction. That's moving southeast away from Junction, south of I-10, maybe quarter size hail winds to 60. We've got a few storms in northwest Texas moving northeast at about 15. Those could have some hail and strong winds as they cross 287 from Quanah to Chillicothe to Vernon to maybe west of Electra. So what we're going to do now is, first I'm going to let Jason know what I'm going to do. Hey, I'm going to take a break here in a minute and start doing what I typically do when things start to get a little less intense. So what we're going to do is we're going to do what we did last evening when things started to calm down. We're going to start taking little breaks, give y'all some music, and let's do this. We're going to be back at 9 p.m. Streams aren't going anywhere, at least most of them. YouTube, we might redirect one to another, but that would be automatic. Again, we'll be back here at 9. Tornado issues dwindling, thankfully. We now have several severe storms in the Concho Valley, the Big Country, and northwest Texas. Strongest storms, again, on pretty much near Highway 87 from Melvin up towards Rochelle, Richland Springs. And then, well, up to Placid, moving southeast, maybe some quarter-size hail, strong winds. Storm southeast of Junction, moving away from Junction with hail, strong winds. Storm now just northeast of Emdale, northwest of Clyde, moving southeast slowly, about to move over I-20 with maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail and strong winds. And then in northwest Texas, we have some storms southeast of Paducah, west of Ford City, north of Crowell, northeast of Thalia, west of Lockett, moving northeast, the potential for large hail and strong winds and heavy rain. So again, we'll be back here in about 8 minutes with further severe weather coverage for the state of Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good evening. It's 9 o'clock on this, the 2nd of May, 2024. Very much a typical May day. We've had problems. We had tornadoes, earlier today. Hold on, I gotta find it on my map. It's been a day. We had tornadoes southeast of Ballinger, all the way to near Stacy, to Dual earlier in the Concho Valley. We had at least probably 2 or 3 tornadoes west of Anson, south of Anson, then one that produced damage just west of Hawley, northwest of Abilene. We're down to one. Technically, we're down to no tornado warnings, which makes Baldy in Chief a happy Baldy in Chief. But we still do have thunderstorms. And just because we want to make life all that much more enjoyable, there's thunderstorms developing in the DFW Metroplex. So, yay! Now, those storms in the Metroplex, I don't think are going to be severe. Let's make that abundantly clear. I just think it's related to the warm air advection process, starting with maybe the low-level jet. So, we'll glance on over. Let's go say hi to the Metroplex real quick. And again, we'll just zoom on in and say hello. We'll hit the magical radar button that makes it go, whoa! Yeah, I had too much caffeine. It's been a Monday, even though it's Thursday. All right, so here we go. Here we say, let's press buttons. It'll be okay. You can see we've got a little stormy over Newark, southeastern Wise County, far northwestern Tarrant County. That should be moving northeast. Let me see if I can't get it to show up on here. That would be a convenient little thing, wouldn't it? All right, so there you go. That storm's moving northeast, east-northeast, maybe some pea to dime-size hail. It's moving northeast at 35 into southwestern Denton County. We've got a storm right over Grapevine, west sides of Grapevine. That's only moving northeast at about 20, 25. That could bring a quick downpour northwest sides of DFW up towards Flower Mound, Louisville, west of Coppell. Maybe some lightning with both these storms as well. Hey, I made a rhyme. All right, back into, we'll go from north to south because that's what I want to do. This is going to be a little line of severe storms now from west of Crowell, southwest of Vernon. These storms are moving northeast at about, the Weather Service says like 10. So clearly they're not moving very quick. Eventually this one on Highway 70 southwest of Vernon may roll into Vernon. The potential for heavy rain, small hail, maybe up to quarter-size hail, heavy wind, and probably flooding because, again, those storms aren't moving very quickly. Down in the big country we go. We have thunderstorms over the damage path. West of Hawley, these storms, small hail, lightning, strong wind, heavy rain. No tornadoes, but lightning, heavy rain, and hail will not be helping with damage operations. Supercell now northeast of Abilene, moving southeast at about 15. The potential for that storm to produce, it did produce a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Abilene Airport, regional airport on the east side of town. This storm could have maybe some quarter-size hail, winds over 60 to, 70, as it moves into Clyde and Baird over the next 30 minutes. Again, that storm's moving southeast at about 15. If it doesn't weaken, it could bring hail, quarter-size wind, 60, 70 miles an hour, heavy rain and lightning to Clyde and Baird here on Interstate 20, east of Abilene over the next 1 hour. Let's go farther south into the Concho Valley we go. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay, the idioms are coming out, oh hey. Okay, we've got a severe storm southwest of Santa Ana. This storm's going to cross over 283. It looks like it's moving pretty much due east right now. That could bring some rain to Santa Ana, strong winds, probably a bit of hail south of Santa Ana, southwest of Santa Ana there on Highway 67. And again, that's going to be south of Valera, south of Talpa, way south of Coleman. Moving east. Eventually, if it keeps up, it may say hello to Brownwood in about an hour. Tracy Norris is going to be quite unhappy. All right, these storms farther southeast into the Concho Valley along Highway 87 from Melvin to Brady, up Highway 190 through Rochelle, Richland Springs to Algerita, west of San Saba. Could have maybe quarter-size hail, heavy rain, winds over 50 to 60. Wee bit of rotation in these, but probably nothing to write home about. No tornado warnings with that. And then down here in the southern Concho Valley / northern Edwards Plateau / whatever you want to call it, we've got a severe storm. This is really out all by its happy lonesome, crossing over Highway 83 from Interstate 10, probably about 10 miles south of Interstate 10, moving southeast over Interstate 10 with rain, maybe a bit of hail. That is, again, that's going to be a good, 10 miles, 20 miles southeast of Junction. And the next community further southeast, at least close to I-10 slash Highway 27. That's still 20 miles northwest of Mountain Home. And again, this thing's moving southeast at 12, so it's not in a rush to do anything. Back into North Texas we go. Once again, these storms, we got a little stormy over Newark into southwestern Denton County. Moving northeast, that one will probably bring pea-sized hail, lightning, gusty winds to Justin over the next little while. If it is actually moving northeast to 20 to 30, it may make it up to North Lake Argyle. There's nothing severe about this storm. It's got lightning, it's got brief heavy rain, it's got pea-sized hail, and maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds. Same thing, we've got other scattered showers and storms starting to fire up over the Metroplex, it looks like. I'll go ahead and put a loop on this, and again, none of these are severe. The strongest one, again, over parts of Newark, moving towards Justin, the potential for pea-sized hail. Otherwise, the rest of these, again, pulse up, pulse down, pea-sized hail, lightning, brief heavy rain. There you go. We may see a few more of these over parts of Collin, Denton, Tarrant, Dallas, Wise, Parker counties. But again, nothing severe. You can see we actually have a few developing farther southwest, too. So, we'll see. That might be a thing we deal with this evening. Scattered showers and storms, and then again, maybe some showers all the way up into Grayson County. None of this activity is severe out here. We've got the storms out west in the Big Country, the Concho Valley. All right, let me show you what the high-res rapid refresh model is doing with this evening. Switch to the statewide view. And I'll just show you really what it does over the next 24 hours. And I'm going to load a loop from 10 o'clock this evening through 9 p.m. tomorrow. I'll let that load for a second. Okay, come on, finish your loading. I know, technology and I don't get along. Here's what the high-res rapid refresh model looks like tonight into tomorrow. You can see if this is right, it's going to be a rowdy day for the eastern third of Texas with heavy rain, maybe small hail and locally gusty winds. Not necessarily a severe thunderstorm threat, but a flooding threat. Yeah, that would be a problem. That would drop a lot of heavy rain across several areas like the Brazos Valley, East Texas, that have already dealt with quite a bit of heavy rain. And then notice, yes, indeed, the dry line goes off tomorrow again, the potential for scattered supercell thunderstorms. Capable of producing baseball-sized hail, localized damaging winds, and perhaps a few tornadoes across parts of West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, and the Concho Valley. Think today, except maybe 150 miles further west. Again, back towards Interstate 27, Highway 87, maybe Highway 385. Farther west into the Permian Basin, West Texas, maybe the Big Bend, into the Concho Valley and the Big Country. And then those storms would move east tomorrow night into parts of the Big Country, the Concho Valley, maybe north central Texas and the Hill Country. But it doesn't, I mean, tonight, honestly, I just don't think we're going to get a big complex of storms. But we'll see. I mean, we're getting some isolated to scattered showers popping up in North Texas right now. That's indicative of some, at least, ascent or lifting mechanism helping that pop. But this model doesn't seem to think we're going to have a complex of storms tonight, at least in terms of one that's coming out of the stuff in the Big Country and the Concho Valley right now. We'll see. We'll probably know by 11 p.m. to midnight, because if we still got storms going on, clearly this model's not doing well. And then you can see tomorrow, that's just not going to be good for flooding in the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas. That's going to drop a lot more rain. In fact, let me turn all this off real quick. I'm going to load a layer that does precipitation. I'm just going to run it through 6 p.m. tomorrow. And this isn't going to have a color table y'all are familiar with, but I can at least zoom in and do some key keys on here to hopefully see what's going on. Maybe this thing's just being a pain in the butt. Oh, I'm on the wrong one, excuse me. Apologies. There you go. I mean, places from north of Bryan College Station, this is trying to drop another 7 to 9 inches of rain. You know, Madisonville to Nacogdoches, Lufkin, I mean, 3 to 7 to 8 inches of rain. If this is right, I mean, we're going to have a third round of major flash flooding, and then another major flood wave move down the Trinity and San Jacinto rivers towards Houston. And they're already dealing with massive flooding issues on the San Jacinto. They've got near record water levels that are only a few feet lower from Harvey on the San Jacinto in northeastern Harris County, and that's got the river level up to tops of one-story buildings down there. And we got another 7 to 9 inches of rain upstream of that. Oh no. That's just not good. So that's going to be a big problem tomorrow. And again, we'll take a quick look. Here's the severe weather outlook for Friday afternoon into Friday night. The potential for isolated to scattered severe storms. The Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend, the Edwards Plateau, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, Northwest Texas. Just shift everything, 100 miles west of today. And yes, that potential tomorrow could include some tornado risk. But again, we'll go back, take a look at what's going on right now. Again, we do have scattered showers and thunderstorms underway across portions of northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. A little cluster trying to make its way into the western hill country now. That may make it. We'll see. Models think that will weaken the next 2 hours, but that's not weakening yet. So again, some of those storms could be producing hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. We've got scattered showers and a few storms trying to pop up in North Texas around the DFW Metroplex. Nothing severe with that. And then we got storms up around Oklahoma City to Tulsa. The high-res rapid refresh model seems to think those may organize into a cluster that moves towards northeast Texas in the Arklatex tomorrow morning. So again, yeah, we've had a busy afternoon in the Big Country, the Concho Valley, with a few tornadic supercells and several more hailers. No tornado warnings in effect right now, and things are starting to at least calm down a bit in terms of high-end severe weather. We got storms from Ford City to Crowell to Lockett to just southwest of Vernon, south of Chillicothe, moving northeast slowly with maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail, heavy rain, strong winds. That supercell now just east of Abilene, near Clyde and to Baird, slowly weakening with maybe some quarter-size hail, strong winds. That cluster of storms down from south of Talpa to Valera to west of Santa Ana, Coleman, moving southeast towards, well, that's one cluster, that's just moving east. And then the big cluster from west of San Saba to Richland Springs, all the way along Highway 190 to Brady, back southwest along 190 from Brady to Rochelle to Richland Springs. That's moving southeast at now about 40 miles an hour. There could be 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, moving southeast towards Camp San Saba, Fredonia, Pontiac, Cherokee, Valley Spring. Eventually could pose a threat to portions of Llano and Mason counties. And then that storm southeast of Junction, 10 miles southeast of Junction, slowly moving towards Mountain Home, only at like 10 miles an hour. Probably some hail on the interstate and high wind. So, that being said, we'll continue with our severe weather coverage and updates this evening till things calm down. We're going to do another break, and we'll be back here at 9:30 p.m. sooner if necessary. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with interactive weather radar, storm chasing videos, live severe weather coverage, and more. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers in, well, wherever you download apps for your device. Oh, and you get your local weather forecast, too. I guess that's an important little feature to mention. But, again, we'll be back here at 9:30. We'll be back sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief, David Reimer.
Texas.
Why, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. I will admit I lost track of time. I looked up, saw I was 50 seconds late, and realized, oops. Alright, it is 9:31 now on this, the 2nd of May, 2024. We're starting to calm down, thankfully. But we still do have some thunderstorms here and there. We've got some storms in northwest Texas, from near Tobart to Vernon, all the way down Highway 70 through Lockett, Thalia to Crowell, west of Ford City, west of Trescott. Those storms moving, well, the one near Vernon's moving northeast. The ones from Thalia to Crowell to west of Ford City are moving southeast because, yay. Thunderstorms in the big country are starting to weaken slowly, but still may have some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rainfall, including around Hawley. Southeast we go, into the big country in Concho Valley. Yoo-hoo! Sorry. Alright, these storms, notice all those severe thunderstorm warnings are gone now. These storms still have a lot of lightning, heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds, but they're slowly weakening. Hopefully that means that will be a continuation through the next several hours. And just for fun, we've still got scattered showers and storms that have popped up across portions of Texoma, North Texas. These are moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour with brief heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some pea-sized hail. Not expected to become severe. Notice those are just behaving. And then this cluster of activity across portions of eastern Oklahoma, northeastern Oklahoma, that may try to visit northeast Texas tomorrow morning. All right, let's take a look at our expectations for the next few days. We're going to switch to the high resolution rapid refresh. Set that up. Let's see how this is handling the current. Or I'll just play it with what it has shown. Toot. I'll just run it from midnight through 8 p.m. tomorrow. Let me load this data real quick. And here's what this model shows tomorrow. Complex of storms from eastern Oklahoma moving into northeast Texas in the morning. After about 10 a.m. through tomorrow afternoon, notice heavy rain possible the eastern third to the eastern half of Texas, resulting in new flooding in the parts of the Brazos Valley, East Texas, and Southeast Texas. Some of those storms could drop over 5 inches of rain in the span of a few hours on areas that have already had 15 to 20 inches of rain in the last week. That's not a good situation. That leads to flooding. Much more flooding developing, possibly with that. Some of those storms may also have small hail to pocket change size hail, gusty winds, and lightning. Tomorrow afternoon, the dry line retreats back into West Texas. The Permian Basin, the eastern Big Bend, fires up by mid to late afternoon, just like today. Could have scattered supercell thunderstorms with the most intense producing very large hail, baseball to softball size hail, localized damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential for a few tornadoes. Just like today, except it's going to start probably 100 miles further west tomorrow than today. But we note this model does have those approaching Abilene again to San Angelo by about 8 p.m. We'll see. Things will probably look a bit different depending on what's left over with today. But again, tomorrow, another potentially busy day, potentially a bit busier than today across West Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Permian Basin. And then again, tomorrow afternoon, storms. Eastern third of Texas, that'll move south. Heavy rainfall with flooding, the main threat, though some storms may produce gusty winds and hail and lightning. But again, we'll switch back to the current radar. We'll just take a look at what's happened today over the last, 5 hours. And you can see, yeah, it's been busy. We've had a lot to deal with in the Big Country, the Concho Valley. We've had several tornadoes. We had a damaging tornado west of Hawley, about 15 miles northwest of Abilene. Looks like some homes took direct hits and were destroyed. We had a few folks transported to the hospital by storm chasers. Hopefully their injuries were minor. And we're starting to calm down. Those storms continue. We have no tornado warnings. We do have some storms producing pocket change size hail, maybe some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but most of this activity is behaving itself. And maybe 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds, locally heavy rain, small to pocket change size hail in northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. Most storms moving southeast. Some of these storms are moving northeast. But again, lightning, heavy rain, pocket change size hail, gusty winds, the main issue with these storms over the next few hours. We continue to expect a slow weakening trend. We notice a few pop-ups in North Texas, Texoma. Some of those storms could produce brief heavy rain, lightning, pea to dime size hail, gusty winds. But hopefully we'll have a mostly quiet late evening and overnight. If the high-res rapid refresh models to be believed, we should. But we'll see how these storms trend over the next few hours as they move closer into the hill country. Hopefully they'll continue to weaken with just lightning, heavy rain, small hail and gusty winds. Same thing for the storms in northwest Texas. But we'll keep the stream going for now. Again, with not too much going on. We don't have a whole lot to talk about, which is good. But I know a lot of y'all enjoy the music, like sticking around and hearing these updates from time to time. So we'll keep the streams going. We'll plan on the next update here by 10 p.m. If we need to do one sooner, we can do that. But actually, let's do this. We'll do 9:55. So we'll have an update at 9:55. Or sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Back to the real reason you're here, and it's for the music.
Catching on storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Red is gone, now it's so much brighter. New song in my heart. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Rain is gone, now it's so much brighter. A new song in my heart.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to say hello. It's 9:55 p.m. on this, the 2nd of May, 2024, Thursday evening. We're starting to calm down. We've got no more tornado warnings, thankfully, but we still do have some of these thunderstorms trying to be a wee bit rambunctious as we head into the late evening hours. We're seeing a few more storms actually try to pop up across parts of the hill country over the last hour. In fact, let me knock this down to the last hour. You can see we've had a few showers pop up in North Texas, a couple of storms down into portions of central Texas-ish, western portions of central Texas, the hill country really, down into the far eastern Concho Valley. And again, over the last hour, you can see this activity. Storms in northwest Texas, I mean, they're either moving slowly southeast, but really the storm of consequence is now blasted north out of Vernon with golf ball size hail. That's moving up Highway 283 towards Tipton, Oklahoma, west of Frederick. We've got storms. The big country storms around Abilene are dissipating. They're going bye-bye. We've got a few showers and storms across North Texas. Those are slowly moving northeast, about 20 to 25. They're not severe. Lightning, brief heavy rain, maybe 30, 40 mile an hour wind gust, if that, and maybe some pea-sized hail. Little complex of storms down near San Saba has managed to re-intensify a little bit. And that storm is capable of producing 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail right over San Saba right now. Let's see which radar is closest. It's probably going to be that one. So we'll take a look at it from the Granger radar. Maybe if I can actually click it. There we go. It's the magical button of life. All right, this thunderstorm near San Saba moving east at about 60 miles. Well, I'm sorry, moving east about 35 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on it just to see how it's doing. Again, the expectation is this should probably continue to slowly weaken, but it may remain capable of producing strong winds over the next while. This will be in Lametta at about 1020 to 1025. Lampasas, if it survives, 1045 to 1050. Colleen, about, let's just say 1125 to 1130. Copper's Cove, about 1115. And assuming it survives, which probably won't, but can't completely rule it out because Mother Nature's a troll, it'll be approaching Belton and Temple at about midnight. Again, that's just this little Bowie segment storm here. Moving east over San Saba, could have winds up to 60 miles an hour, nickel quarter-size hail, heavy rain. You can see farther northwest, again, we do have some storms that have popped up northeast of Hamilton, northwest of Cran Falls Gap, Phil's Gap, whatever, to Meridian. Maybe some pea-sized hail, 40 mile an hour winds, lightning, and heavy rainfall. Otherwise, nothing else tonight in the Concho Valley. The big country calming down pretty quick. A few storms remain, but not much. Back in North Texas, again, a few showers, maybe a few lightning strikes with this activity. Moving northeast, severe weather not expected. And then up here in northwest Texas, we've got storm north of Vernon. This could have some 60-plus mile-an-hour winds. That's about to move up into southwestern Oklahoma. These storms around Crowell, they're dropping small hail, gusty winds. Heavy rain will be the main threat with that. But again, the general expectation is over the next few hours, we should continue to quiet things down. It doesn't look like we're going to have a big old complex moving across the state tonight. Those storms in eastern Oklahoma may approach northeast Texas in the morning. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. What I'm going to do first is I want to take a look at... I got to change the upper third. My apologies. Let me press the magical buttons that let me do that. You know, I should probably program a macro to do this for me, but that requires work, and I don't feel like it. Let's see how the HER's doing here at 10 o'clock. This is what I think the radar will look like right now. Honestly, not too bad. I mean, it's missing this stuff in northwest Texas. It's got the stuff east of Oklahoma City, so fine, we'll deal with it. Let's go from 11 through... Let's go through noon tomorrow. I'm going to let it load all that data real quick. And again, it still has that storm at east of San Saba near Lampasas at 11 o'clock, so that's noteworthy. That thing may stick around for a little while. All right, and then it weakens it, but it still gets it to Waco to Belton to Temple around midnight to 2 a.m. We'll see. So that storm may stick around for a while. Notice overnight, mostly quiet, maybe some storms firing up in southeast Texas by 6 to 7. And then as we continue through the morning hours, we see scattered to maybe numerous showers and thunderstorms develop across the Arklatex, East Texas, Southeast Texas, into the Brazos Valley, with the potential for heavy rainfall to produce flooding, maybe some small hail, maybe pocket change size hail, and gusty winds. And then as we go into tomorrow afternoon, because yes, it is May, we get to do scattered thunderstorms once again. The Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, up into Northwest Texas. We'll see. Parts of these may get upgraded again tomorrow to a level 3 risk, and we'll see some adjustments when they issue the new severe weather outlook at 1 a.m. Central. And then here is the tornado outlook for tomorrow. Yes, another corridor of potential tornadic activity across West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country. Some of tonight's model data coming in is a bit concerning for tomorrow, actually. It's showing some stronger low-level wind shear. So tomorrow, like today, like 2 days ago, like the past week across parts of the southern and central United States, another threat for potentially tornadic supercells. Plus storms just producing very large hail up the size of softballs, damaging straight line winds. So that'll be tomorrow afternoon, 3 to 4 p.m. beginning through the evening hours, and then we may have a complex of storms move from west to east, because who wants to actually be able to spend their Friday night out, enjoying themselves versus covering the weather? By the way, that answers me. I do enjoy covering the weather, so that's perfectly fine. We'll be here to cover it. We'll have storm chasers out and about, but hopefully we'll be down to just a couple storms here soon. It looks like the biggest issue short term will be this thing near San Saba moving east at about 35 miles an hour with winds up to 60 miles an hour. Could be in La Meta to Lampasas over the next hour by 11 p.m. If it survives, it would be towards Belton and Temple by midnight. Colleen 11:30, Copper's Cove 11:15. All right, we're going to keep the stream going. I know a lot of y'all are enjoying the music. I know a lot of folks are studying for finals enjoying the music. It's got a nice throwback, doesn't it? Reminds you of the 90s on the Weather Channel, but yeah, we licensed all this music, so we get to use it. All right, so the plan is we'll have another update at 10:30, sooner if necessary. Otherwise, we're just going to let the radar play, the warning feed continue, and if we need to cut in before 10:30, we shall do so. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Buddy-in-Chief David Reimer, back by 10:30 or sooner. Back to the music we go, because I don't know about you, I want a nap. P.S. I don't get a nap, but you do get music. Merry Christmas.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ford and Hardeman County in Texas.
Why, yippity-doo, yippity-yay, ladies and gentlemen, it's Baldy in Chief, hooray! I'm happy to report we don't have much going on right now in terms of severe thunderstorms. In fact, I don't think we have any. Technically, I'm sorry, we do have a single severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Texas. It's going to be up in northern Hardeman County, way up in northwest Texas. It's going to be a severe storm with the potential for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds approaching the city of Quanah. There on 287, that is northwest of Vernon, southeast of Childress. I'll show you because I'm a nice person. But again, it's a little baby stormy moving northeast, a wee bit of hail, and that's it. And wind. Guess what? The stuff down in the hill country, no longer considered severe, though we do have a couple storms firing up now. Just west of Waco, This little cluster now from Walnut Springs to Meridian to Cranfield's Gap to just west of Valley Mills, kind of broken down towards Lometta, Scalorn, Castor, east of San Saba, west of Lampasas. These storms moving east at about 30 miles an hour with maybe 40, 45 mile an hour winds. Pocket change size hail, probably P to Dom size hail, honestly. Heavy rain and lightning. These showers we had in North Texas earlier that brought a little bit of thunderstorm activity to the Metroplex, those have dissipated faster than my hairline. Stop that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
Where's my mallet?
and Wilbarga County in Texas.
Ooh! I hate that sound. You listen to that 10 hours a day for a week on end, and you literally want to smash something with this mallet. The good news is I won't smash it with a mallet. The bad news is it's going to be at least another week of this. Maybe not Sunday. Outside of that, yeah, next week still looks busy for the northern half of the state. Southern half of the state, you're going to be in the triple digits. I'm sorry. It's going to be really humid. It's going to feel like last July. Northern half of the state gets to stay stormy, though. All right, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Wilbarga, northwestern Baylor counties in North Texas. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. 8 miles southeast of Thala, moving east at 15. This is going to impact Grayback and Lake Kemp over the next, 45 minutes. And again, outside of that, we really just don't have much going on outside of this little cluster of storms, which is mostly behaving itself now across portions of western central Texas, southwestern North Texas, into the hill country. We're going to do what we did earlier, and that's going to be take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Then I'm going to show y'all what's going on with that, and then we'll keep the stream going after that with another update closer to 11 o'clock, but I need to just go to the gas station before it closes. So, really?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lampasas County in Texas.
Oops, I jinxed it. Sorry, that's got strong winds again. My bad. All right, we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model again before I'm distracted. Clearly, I had too much caffeine again. Oh, okay, let's press some buttons here. We're going to look and see what the high-res rapid refresh model wants to do. And again, we'll just loop it tonight from midnight through, I'm just going to do noon because it's my prerogative as Baldy in Chief here on the live stream. If y'all ever wondered why I'm called Baldy in Chief, I'll give you a hint. It's that light reflection off the top of my head here. Yeah, that. Admittedly, I've been lacking on cutting off the sides here. I need to fix that tonight. Typically, I like to go completely bald with that, but alas, that requires effort, and I'm lazy. So again, you can see tonight, complex of storms in central Texas, the hill country, should eventually dissipate, but it may make it to Belton by midnight. We'll see. Otherwise, storms tomorrow morning after sunrise through the afternoon. Eastern third of Texas, East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas. Some of those storms may be capable of producing dime to nickel-sized hail, 40 to 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But rain is going to be the big deal with that. Flooding issues. The Brazos Valley into Southeast Texas, East Texas areas that don't need a drop of rain are going to get a lot more rain, unfortunately, and that's going to result in significant flooding issues. Then, as we go into tomorrow afternoon, we'll take a look at severe weather outlooks. Severe thunderstorms possible again. The Panhandle, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, all the way down to the Edwards Plateau, and we're probably going to see that risk expanded a bit south, and they might increase it again, just like today. And like today, the potential for a few tornadoes tomorrow, especially across West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, the Concho Valley. We'll see what's going on. So that's what we have going on tomorrow. It's going to be busy tomorrow afternoon again, into tomorrow night. More coverage, more Baldy in Chief. And again, you can see I cursed this Lampasas storm. Now it's severe again with the potential for winds to 60. That's severe thunderstorm warning through 11:15 for Lometta, Adamsville, Lampasas, Olds for Lampasas County. The potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds and maybe some small hail. That storm will be near Copper's Cove around 11:15 p.m. Adamsville, Nix, Azuro, Lometta, Rumley, the city of Lampasas in the warning. So that's going to be your update for now. I need to go put gas in my car before the gas station closes because that It's something I've neglected to do for 2 days because I've been doing coverage with y'all. So we're going to have our next update at 11 o'clock. If I'm not back at 11, it's because I got stuck at the gas station or a squirrel tried to eat me. If the squirrel tried to eat me, we're going to have to send CC the weather attack dog after it. She's not even an attack dog. Probably the squirrel would attack her. But again, that is the plan for the next 35 minutes. So we'll be back at about 11 o'clock, sooner if necessary. Kind of, maybe. I may be at a gas station. But we'll be back with updates. We're keeping an eye on these storms southwest of the Edwards Plateau, too. But so far, those are staying in Mexico. Otherwise, again, a couple of severe storms continue now. Parts of the hill country moving towards Lampasas, Copperas Cove, pretty good surge of wind around Lometa. Non-severe storms up from Hamilton to Grand Fills Gap to Meridian. Those are moving all east at about 30. And then a couple of these storms in northwest Texas that are still throwing out hail and strong winds. So we'll keep an eye on it here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Back to the music we go. We'll be back at 11 p.m. with your next Texas weather update. Alright, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We'll go ahead and resume now. Keeping an eye on a thunderstorm pushing out a lot of wind, approaching Lampasas and Adamsville, west of Kempner and west of Copper's Cove. We'll switch back to the high-res weather radar. And again, this is a little thunderstorm. It's not really little, but it's a thunderstorm moving from west to east at about 35 miles an hour. We're seeing a pretty good surge of wind with this right now. We're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour being indicated on the weather radar. This is crossing over Highway 281 between Lampasas and Adamsville. This storm itself is moving east, again, at about 35 miles an hour. A pretty strong signal for damaging straight-line winds with this. So we're going to go ahead and cover this for a while. Let me put a storm track on this. And again, the Weather Service says at about 35 miles an hour. Let me knock this back down to 60 minutes. And we'll keep on going here. I'm just going to include everybody because, well, prerogative of Baldy and Chief. Moving east at 40 now. Potential for 65 mile an hour wind. So again, City of Lampasas in the next about 5 to 10 minutes. Copper's Cove about 11:20. Hold on. I don't know why it's given a 10-minute delay on that. That's weird. Again, this thunderstorm's going to be moving towards Copper's Cove by 11:15. Killeen and the Fort by about 11:20 to 11:25. The potential for this to arrive on Interstate 35 around Belton and Temple by 11:30 p.m. The potential for damaging straight-line winds with this thunderstorm. We're seeing a pretty strong damaging straight-line wind signature now on the velocity mode. Back on the how hard it's raining mode, you can see this thing does have a bit of a bowing structure to it. You can see that there. Strong winds pushing out the center of that storm, creating an apex to the bow. And when you look at the how hard the wind's blowing mode, you can see, yeah, radar is detecting winds over 70 miles an hour, a few thousand feet above the surface. Thus, the potential for damaging winds now on Highway 281, halfway between Adamsville and Lampasas. This is going to be moving towards Pidcoke, Copper's Cove, Kempner, and eventually Killeen and Harker Heights over the next 20 minutes. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour with this thunderstorm moving from west to east. We've got other storms going on, but the only other storm that's severe with maybe some hail and wind is dissipating, and that's south of Vernon. That thing's evaporating faster than my hairline. That's not going to be an issue. Back down to Texas we go to the severe thunderstorm. For what it's worth, seeing a storm over Meridian to Clifton, that might have heavy rain, a lot of lightning, small hail. And that's moving east, west of Waco, west of Hillsborough, but down here in Lampasas County, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds. Moving east at 35 to 40 miles an hour. And really quick, to the father of the newborn, Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley. Go to bed. You said you were going to bed an hour ago. Stop messaging me about stuff. Go to bed like a good adult. You need it. Good job, CC. Yeah, you're a good girl. Jason's not being a good boy. All right, so again, line of storms now. It's not really even a line. It's just a pretty large cell now east of Lametta, crossing over Highway 281 between Adamsville and Lampasas. A pretty good surge of straight-line winds continue to be indicated. In fact, just north of Lampasas, you can see this is showing winds over 80 miles an hour, but we're also looking at, what are we looking at? I think about 5,000 feet. So by the time you convert that down to the surface, that's probably winds of 65 to 70 miles an hour on Highway 81. How about Highway 281? That's going to be about 5 miles north of Lampasas. Wouldn't be shocked if we had some nasty winds in Lampasas as well. It's going to be moving from west to east. So eventually, we're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Bell County down here for Killeen, Harker Heights, maybe all the way eventually towards maybe northwest of Florence, northwest of Gerald. That's going to be with that line of, or that cluster of storms moving from west to east. Again, a pretty nasty straight line signature with that. So we'll stick with this for a while. With this thunderstorm moving from west to east, I'll go ahead and do a timeline over the last half hour just to show you what's going on. You can see as we load that data, that damaging straight line wind signature increasing. Those bright blues are well over 50, 60, even 70 miles an hour. Otherwise, this is the only complex of storms we really have left in the state to deal with this evening. The storms in northwest Texas are dying. These storms, on the other hand, just keep on going like the Energizer Bunny for now. Moving from west to east, from Meridian to Clifton to Hamilton, pouring rain, small hailstorm winds. And that whole thing is moving from west to east at about 35 miles an hour. You can see Lampasas, severe storm capable of 65-mile-an-hour winds, generally moving towards Copperas Cove, Colleen. This storm again moving east at 35. We'll put a storm track on it. Or we won't, I guess, because this thing's doing some weird things today. Right, I'm going to reset it and see if that fixes the issue. Regardless, damaging winds over 65 miles an hour now, likely. County Road 3421, County Road 3420, approaching County Road 3430 northeast of Lampasas on Highway 281. Eventually, this is going to be making its way towards Kempner in the next 10 minutes, give or take. I'll go ahead and try to draw a storm track on this again. Yeah, moving east at about, well, they said 30 to 40, so I'll put 40. Okay, if it wants a 10-minute buffer, I'll just draw it with a 10-minute buffer. That's okay, too. I'll do 40. Copperas Cove, about 11:20. Colleen, about 11:30. Harker Heights, about 11:35 to 11:40. Belton, right around midnight. Same thing to Temple, 12:05 a.m. for y'all. And that's assuming this storm manages to survive its move from west to east. Right now, capable of producing 65-mile-per-hour winds and heavy rainfall. Not really a hailer. This may be, honestly, the thunderstorm's last breath out before it weakens and dissipates. We note up north we do have some thunderstorms with maybe some pea-to-dime-sized hail, winds 50 miles an hour, heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. That's going to be moving from west to east. Could bring some storms to Hillsborough, Abbott, Aquila, Whitney Valley Mills, Crawford, McGregor, Waco, Lacey, Lakeview, Golson, out to Hewitt, Belmead over the next maybe hour. If they make it to I-35, they may weaken and die. So, hopefully, that will be it for most of the severe weather tonight. Now, we're going to zoom out. We're going to take a look at what we've got going on across the magical state of God's country, known as Texas. So, let's zoom out. We're going to switch over to the high-res rapid refresh. And I just have to press some buttons to do that. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, now let's load this model at midnight just to see how it's doing. It's not doing too bad at all. That leads credence to the fact it at least has some idea what's going on, which is useful when you're dealing with thunderstorms. All right, let's load the model through 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. That'll be the magical Friday. It's not Friday for us, unfortunately. It's just Friday for everyone who has a typical Monday to Friday schedule. We in the weather department, we may get Sunday off. That's about it over the next 10 days, probably. All right, so let's take a look at this. And again, this storm near Central Texas dies, probably quiet most of the morning until after sunrise, and then we may see strong storms develop across East Texas, Southeast Texas with heavy rain, maybe some pocket change size hail, gusty winds. And then we're going to see scattered severe storms develop late tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening across West Texas, the Permian Basin, maybe the Panhandle, the Big Country, moving into the Big Country, maybe Northwest Texas and the Concho Valley. Like today, the strongest storms could be capable of producing hail up to the size of softballs, localized damaging winds over 75 miles an hour, and perhaps a few tornadoes. The tornado risk tomorrow the same as it was today, and that is low across the West Texas, the Big Country, etc. You can see tomorrow it's probably about 100 miles further west. But here's a severe weather outlook for tomorrow. And then, oh yeah, we still have a chance on Saturday out in West Texas. That'll probably get increased some, but here's tomorrow's severe weather outlook. We'll get a new one from the Storm Prediction Center here at about 1 a.m. So back to the Texas view. Here we go. It would help if I showed you the radar. All right, so again, the only severe storm left now is starting to weaken around Lampasas, but it's throwing out a lot of wind around Lampasas up to Adamsville to Kempner right now as it weakens. So you could see it's starting to decrease pretty quickly in intensity, but it's still throwing out probably 55 to 65 mile-an-hour winds. And then activity farther north, we're seeing plenty of thunderstorm activity with that. Cloud-to-ground lightning, small hail, heavy rain. Etc. And that's moving east. But eventually, all this is going to dissipate probably in the next 2 hours. At least that's the hope. We'll see. But the severe weather threat is decreasing. Most of this just rain, gusty winds, lightning, small hail. Okay, we'll be back here at 11:30 with your next update. We'll be back sooner if needed. But for now, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief, David Reimer.